Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The Honourable Member for Central, Peace Notley.
I want to introduce to the House today Mighty Max. Max is just under 2 years old and lives with his parents Brierley and Bowden in Fairview. Max's mom experienced complications during her pregnancy with over 4 weeks bed rest. On January 11, 2019, at barely 25 weeks, she was rushed to the Fairview Hospital. Brierley delivered Max with the NICU air ambulance landing only minutes before his arrival to intubate him and fly him to Edmonton, where he'd spend the next 91 days fighting for his life. Born weighing only 1 pound 11 ounces, Max had numerous medical complications caused by his prematurity, but he fought through. He was developing well, but at 12 months, his parents noticed that he stopped bearing weight on his legs, collapsing when put at his table, and arching his back when holding his hands to walk. Recent genetic test results show a rare disease called spinal muscular atrophy, or SMA. Remarkably, this condition has nothing to do with his prematurity. SMA leads to a progressive loss of muscle strength that affects the ability to walk, swallow, and breathe. Spinraza, a prescription drug, can increase survival and motor function, but Max's best chance of being able to walk and live a healthy life depends on receiving a dose of Zolgensma, a one-time potentially life-changing treatment that is not yet approved or funded by Health Canada. It costs $2.8 million and replaces the faulty gene at the root of the disease. It is the most expensive one-time dose therapy in the world and must be given prior to Max turning 2, somewhere between his actual birthday in January 2021 and his due date at the beginning of May. When I first Facebook posted about Mighty Max and the GoFundMe page to raise money for treatment, the Health Minister's office immediately reached out to me and said they were aware of this situation and are hopeful for solutions. That was a great relief to me, and I have to thank the Minister of Health for knowing about the situation with Zolgensma and caring enough to reach out. Max is a fighter, a survivor, and a mighty boy surrounded by a loving family and a community who will move mountains to give him the best chance of being able to walk and live a healthy, long life. Let's do what we can for Mighty Max.
I might just remind the member, no matter how noble the cause, the use of a prop would still not be appropriate. It certainly looked that that may have happened. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the dedicated and life-saving work we see day after day from our frontline healthcare heroes. I cannot imagine the stress and pressure they feel. While Albertans see our health heroes working themselves to the bone to save lives and protect this province, they also see that the UCP government has failed to stand with them and provide them the support they need. In Calgary, all 4 major hospitals are under outbreak status. And tragically, lives have been lost to these outbreaks. AHS has told Calgary hospitals to ration oxygen. And day after day, I hear from doctors and nurses and other frontline staff about the daily struggles they face. This government has refused to step up and give these heroes the support they need and deserve. The finance minister, who thinks that nurses are a drain on the economy, is content to leave $300 million sitting on the table that should be going to our health workers. The health minister, a Calgary MLA, has made clear his scorn for the lifesavers in our hospitals by both with his personal activities and with his plan to fire 11,000 healthcare workers. The Premier, who abdicated his responsibilities for 12 days, has made it clear that he won't take the simple basic step of a mask mandate because he cares more about the opinion of his anti-masker MLAs than the well-being of our medical workers. Calgary will get through these tough times, Mr. Speaker, and I know that our health heroes will rise to conquer this challenge. Now, the UCP and this cabinet have a simple choice before them. They can step up and give our health workers the support they need, or they can continue to stand on the sidelines and throw stones at those saving lives and fighting the spread. Albertans are watching, Mr. Speaker. What will the UCP choose?
The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On December 10th, 1948, Canada signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR, along with other member countries of the United Nations. With the conclusion of World War II, it was imperative that the nations of the world come together and actively speak for the rights inherent to all people. The UDHR is more than just a list of freedoms. It is a milestone document that proclaims the inalienable rights which everyone is entitled to as a human being. Since 2013, with the participation of Canadians for a Civil Society, the Alberta Legislature has recognized International Human Rights Day in the Legislature. This year's Human Rights Day theme follows the COVID-19 pandemic and focuses on the need to ensure human rights are central to recovery efforts. Platforms such as Alberta's Recovery Plan provides an example of our province's basic human rights through a comprehensive framework that helps Albertans weather the COVID-19 storm. To paraphrase Article 25, Section 1 of the UDHR, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of themselves and of their family. This includes food, clothing, housing, and medical care, as well as the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, or other circumstances beyond their control. Through Alberta's Recovery Plan, the government has provided millions of dollars to our healthcare system to support frontline workers and continue high-quality patient care through these demanding times. The government has also provided targeted investment into our economy to create more jobs for Albertans to reach the standard of living that supports their families. We have also provided supports and funding for food banks and various shelters, and these are just three specific examples of the many ways our government is advancing human rights in Alberta. Our government has acknowledged that the Recovery Plan is a work in progress. Human rights is also a work in progress. As we work to bring our province, our country, and our world through the COVID storm, we must work to come through stronger and freer than we were before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, this Premier withheld crucial modelling of the COVID-19 pandemic from Albertans. No, we don't have updated models, he said in this very place. Today, Albertans know that this UCP government was lying to them. We released current AHS modelling of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on our hospital system, and the numbers are alarming. In the next 2 weeks, as many as 775 Albertans will be in the hospital with a severe case of COVID-19, and as many as 161 will need intensive care. Our hospitals are already overcrowded, our healthcare heroes already work to exhaustion, and in major Calgary hospitals, we are struggling to deliver enough oxygen to patients. And more than 1,000 Albertans are infected with COVID-19 every day. Mr. Speaker, Alberta was not plunged into this crisis overnight. The danger grew over a number of weeks and months. Every Albertan knew that our daily case numbers were rising steadily. On Labor Day, there were 157 new cases. In the last week, we've seen days with more than 1,700. The Premier knew that these soaring case numbers would put a dangerous strain on our hospitals. He knew because he had AHS modelling all along, even though he refused to show it to Albertans or even acknowledge that it existed. He knew that if Albertans saw what was coming, they would have demanded real action. Instead, this Premier hid the information from Albertans and then went into hiding himself, 12 days out of sight, while dozens of Albertans died and thousands more were infected. AHS modelling showed the crisis was coming, but the Premier did nothing. Maybe he refused to believe the evidence. Maybe he just froze, or maybe he calculated the political cost of alienating the extremist fringe of his own caucus and his party was greater than the human cost of letting COVID-19 spread out of control in Alberta. We may never know, but we know that Albertans are paying the price.
I might just say that over the last couple of weeks, I have made significant comment around the use of the word lying. And while I've said that provided that we're not speaking about individuals, it is permissible, but perhaps not profitable. If this type of language persists from both sides of the House, the Speaker may take additional steps to ban the use of such words. This is certainly my strongest statement on the use of this type of unparliamentary language. I hope that we can heed the advice and not take additional steps that would require more interventionist approach from the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo.
As someone grateful for the opportunities and all the ways that we are enriched by where we live, I'm excited to introduce our region's new identity and destination name, Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo. By combining our urban and rural strengths, this name represents the unity of the region. Fort McMurray is a name recognized around the world, and Wood Buffalo holds the cultural, historical, touristic, and economic assets of the region. The Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo identity reveals our distinct character, a sense of place, an authentic value promise to the world in a unified voice. As a region, we are naturally blessed, but our greatest strengths are incredible economic opportunities, innovation, remarkable Indigenous strength, diversity, communities built for families, natural wonder, and community spirit. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is an economic engine of Canada that contributes meaningfully to the lives of all Canadians across the nation. Our culture of innovation has solved problems, transformed industries, and introduced new technologies to the world. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo includes the 6 First Nations, 5 Métis local councils, 1 Métis community association, and 10 communities that call Northeast Alberta home. The region's strong Cree, Dene, and Métis communities are rich in collaborative spirit and historical, cultural, and economic importance. In Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, you'll find a diversity of culture, ethnicity, and language that you don't expect in the world's largest cities. Our communities are designed around family life, offering everything from abundant playgrounds to endless nature trails to North America's largest recreational center. Our region is one of the best places to take in the majestic Northern Lights, and our backyard is Canada's largest national park. Like so much else in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, our community spirit is hard to put into words. It's one of those things you need to feel to understand. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is a place like no other. Everyone who calls it home will tell you just that.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday, on which I believe is an auspicious day for the member.
There was a question on the mind of every single Albertan over the summer. What on earth was this UCP government doing to get schools ready for the second wave of this pandemic? This premier had a lot of fancy rhetoric and made some big promises. Alberta's schools were going to be the safest in the country, he said. He boasted that we would be the best in class. Don't worry, the premier told Albertans. He had a plan. The best plan. It was bulletproof. Well, now we know that school plan wasn't worth the paper it was written on, and Alberta families are paying the price. Right now, 207 schools are formally in official outbreak status. Absolutely devastating, Mr. Speaker. Parents are scared, teachers are at their breaking point, and kids are stressed out. But it didn't have to be this way. If this government took the time to properly prepare over the summer for the second wave of this pandemic, we wouldn't be sending kids home right now and closing schools. Because closing schools this winter and into next year wasn't what the Premier promised Albertans. Now this government is stuck in neutral with no vision for schools as events pass them by. They have no plan for the second wave, and you can see it at every juncture. For example, take teachers, many of whom are also parents of school-aged kids. This Minister of Education is now forcing them to work from school to deliver digital learning while forcing their kids to learn from home. How can teachers be in 2 places at once, Mr. Speaker? When you ask this government, they're like a deer caught in the headlights. They freeze. They have no answers. They have nothing reasonable to say. And why don't they have any answers? Because they have no real working plan for schools. It didn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. Albertans deserve better.
Yeah.
The member for Lac Saint Anne Parkland has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The summer was not typical for gatherings or parades, and while we all know the reason why, the silver lining of this cloud, though, was I've seen Albertans getting very creative while they maintain compliance and embrace the freedoms that we have here in Alberta compared to other provinces. I was happy to be part of a planning team for the first ever COVID-19 Edmonton-wide air tour, and I was able to fly my airplane in it with a passenger as well. You see, Mr. Speaker, we arranged for 29 planes from across the province that were representative of general aviation. They were all handpicked, so we could fly into and drop in and promote at local airports the aviation community and to give back to them. It was a huge success. We flew from Villeneuve to Drayton Valley, over Wetaskiwin, stopping at Camrose, on into Josephburg, over to Westlock, Barhead, Marithorpe, and then back to Villeneuve. The crowds may have been of different sizes at different locations, but I'll tell you what, the enthusiasm shown by the crowds, the local chambers of commerce, the municipal officials, the church groups, the not-for-profit organizations, and the MLAs was simply outstanding. One pilot was even brought to tears. No, it wasn't me, but although I have to admit I did get a little choked up when we rolled into Drayton Valley. The secret to success of this event was to have the local folks show off why their area was the best place to visit and to ensure that the pilots would come back. Their hospitality was second to none. As pilots, it was our job to bring our passion for flight and talk about the airplanes and let people know how they could learn how to fly themselves. As a pilot, I was absolutely overwhelmed by the welcome and the joy that was brought to those little airports that day. As a politician, I was, again, thoroughly impressed by what character Albertans have. We'll continue to make this an annual event, and stay tuned. We're probably going to expand it to the rest of the province. We'll continue to support each other. We will be inspired by each other. And that event proved to me that better days are ahead for us all. So to all Albertans, stay strong and free.
The honourable member for Edmonton to Core.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to mince words today. Bill 47 is not about balance. It's about choking workers with red tape in the middle of a pandemic while case counts are climbing, as ICUs have exceeded critical capacity, and as unemployment levels are consistently in double digits. So just how bad is it? That worker that was injured on the worksite, whose wife was an educational assistant fired by the UCP, will immediately lose his health benefits. Benefits that he needs to pay for life-saving medication for his daughter, the braces for his son, and the physiotherapy for his wife. All of that gone. Also, that injured worker will no longer be entitled to 90% of his lost wages. So how much will be covered? My guess is whatever level is most likely to guarantee surpluses that the UCP want to return to employers. Yep, you heard that right. Give workers less so employers can pay less. However, it gets worse, that injured workers will also risk being fired if they make a claim. So he has a choice. Make the claim, lose risking all his job altogether, risk losing his health benefits, or work through the injury and risk permanent disability. And we know how this government feels about the supports for disabled Albertans. And what if the worker was a nurse who has been working for months to save our loved ones, who has watched more people die in the past few months than he has seen in the past few years, who was part of the decision-making process to triage admissions because this government failed to take action, and who decided who lives and who dies. Because this government took away presumption that his PTSD is the result of work, he has to prove it, fight for the coverage, and relive that trauma over and over again instead of just focusing on his recovery. Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't clear before, there should be no doubt now. This UCP government will do anything and everything to make life harder for Albertans that aren't their rich buddies with deep pockets.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Mr. Speaker, the role of the official opposition in a parliamentary democracy isn't that complicated. Scrutinize the policies of the government and develop alternatives for consideration. It's unfortunate that this NDP opposition spends more of its time trolling on Twitter than doing any of those things I just mentioned. Just like when they were in government, they don't want to do the hard work. Day after day, they come into this chamber, yell and scream and spread blatant misinformation and have yet to offer a single policy alternative beyond lock it all down. You don't have to be a sports coach to figure out that their playbook is just one page. Spread fear and misinformation to try and divide Albertans at one of the most difficult times in our province's history. But Albertans are stronger than that, and across all of this province, people are coming together in a historic way to protect lives and livelihoods and to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The new public health measures announced last week strike a strong and correct balance, and Albertans are motivated more than ever to bend the curve, protect the healthcare system, and support the economy. Despite the unprecedented challenges we face, our people are still hard at work, with 5 straight months of job growth and record-setting levels of venture capital investment. The entrepreneurial spirit of our people is a bull in the chute, ready to take off. But this doesn't come as a surprise to those of us on this side of the aisle. This is what our province has always done. Throughout the Great Depression and World Wars, throughout recessions and economic downturns, throughout the history of our province, our people are at their best when times are at their worst. This is something the NDP just doesn't understand. They didn't understand it when they were in government, and they don't understand it now. Albertans unite when times are tough, and anyone who tries to divide them is on a fool's errand.
Honourable members, it is 1:50, and that means it's oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition has the call.
1,000 Albertans are sick. Yesterday, hospitalizations rose by 10% in just one day. Almost 100 people in the ICU. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Premier's own models show that 2 weeks from now, things will get worse. Now, there are two ways to fight this pandemic. You can act to stop the spread, preventing illness and preventing death, or you can simply accept it. Accept that loss of life. And excessive illness is necessary collateral damage and planning to stretch the health system to the breaking point in the process. Premier, why are you only focused on the latter?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that on behalf of all members, we were sorry to learn of the positive test of the member for Edmonton Ellerslie. We wish him all the best and hopefully a speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, the government of Alberta has just a week ago imposed extraordinary restrictions in a strong and balanced way that seek to bend down the curve with the cooperation of Albertans while minimizing broader damage to our society. To this day, in the last 9 months, the NDP seems not to have accepted the opioid crisis, the mental health crisis, the economic crisis, the multiple crises that we are handling.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Their actions, Mr. Speaker, have been nothing but extraordinary. We are the only province without a mask mandate. The Premier looked the other way when hundreds of people gathered without masks. The laws against outdoor gatherings are written like Swiss cheese. What few laws we do have, he's enforcing at less than 10% the rate of our neighbours. We have the highest number of cases in the country, and yet people here can still meet up at the bar after work and go play the slots. Again, why won't this Premier act to prevent the spread of this virus?
The Honourable the Premier.
Not only is the NDP leader addicted to dividing Albertans, but unfortunately she's now spreading disinformation about the public health restrictions because no, Mr. Speaker, Albertans cannot get together after work at the pub unless the person they work with is a member of their immediate household, Mr. Speaker. So this is a very good example. If the member is actually concerned about compliance with the public health restrictions and limiting the spread, why is she inviting people to go out there and break the rules by socializing when it is not permitted, Mr. Speaker?
The Leader of the Opposition.
Single people can meet up with two other single people in a restaurant. Read your own laws, for heaven's sakes. Learn what it is you're not protecting people from. Now, forcing our healthcare system to be the last and only line of defense will fail. Right now, beds are being closed because of staff shortages. Patients are double booked in both the ER and the ICU. They're so overwhelmed. Backup doctors who don't work in ICU are being called in, some doing their first shift in ICU since their residency. Premier, what needs to happen for you to actually act to prevent the spread? Not manage it, but prevent it.
The Honourable the Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, even jurisdictions with total lockdowns and shelter-in-place stay-at-home orders allow individuals who live alone to have one or two close contacts as visitors. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we're also concerned about the mental and emotional health of Albertans. What we just heard from them is they want to throw people into isolation. They want a stay-at-home lockdown quarantine, Mr. Speaker. From day one, they've been itching to use maximum state power to trample on charter rights, with collateral damage being the emotional and the mental health of Albertans, and they're wrong.
The Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
What those workers can do, those individual Albertans, under this Premier's watch, is go meet in the bar and have some drinks till 11 o'clock at night. And that's not happening in any other part of the country with numbers anywhere close to this, Mr. Speaker. Now, speaking of workers, we owe our gratitude to workers in healthcare, workers on the front line, yet the Premier is thanking them by attacking the laws that keep them safe and slashing the compensation they'll receive when these laws inevitably fail. Why, Premier, is the right to refuse unsafe work on the chopping block in the middle of a pandemic?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the province of British Columbia has positivity rates similar to those of Alberta. Of course, they have fewer reported active cases because their testing is substantially lower than ours. And they as well have almost identical rules with respect to the hospitality business. I know the NDP hates the restaurant business, Mr. Speaker. They made that plainly evident in killing hundreds of those mom-and-pop businesses and creating thousands of layoffs when they were in office. But, Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything we can to bend down the curve while preventing. She wants to put 175,000 of those workers into poverty and unemployment. We don't agree.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
What we want is to keep those workers safe. And I wish that the Premier agreed. Instead, we know that thousands of workers have already been forced to rely on WCB because they contracted COVID-19 in their workplace. How does this government respond? The Premier is removing guaranteed 90% net coverage of lost wages under WCB, a rate that's been in place for over a century. Why? At a time when injured workers and their families need help the most, are you acting to take even more away from them?
Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. Under the proposed amendments, injured workers will be compensated at 90% of their net earnings, up to the maximum insurable earnings amount. The WCB will continue to review and set the maximum amount based on ensuring 90% of workers in the province would have full wage coverage, and the maximum amount was not legislated, Mr. Speaker. Everything she just said, completely, categorically false.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I would suggest the Premier read the bill, not his badly written speaking notes. But there's more. They want to remove the ability for frontline healthcare workers to claim presumptive PTSD coverage if they experience a traumatic event in the workplace. Today, I think of the doctors, the nurses, and other frontline workers who are under extreme stress, seeing Albertans at their most sick, making life and death triage decisions, risking their own lives every day at work. How can the Premier turn to those workers, some people who have seen more trauma in the last month than he will in a whole lifetime, and say, prove it?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, once again, all Albertans and this government are deeply grateful for the frontline healthcare workers, especially those in our 17 major urban hospitals that are operating under increasing stress, which is why we are surging additional hires and, Mr. Speaker, providing additional support, just as we did through the wage top-up for healthcare aides and long-term care facilities. The Leader's characterization of the proposed amendments to the Labour Code are completely false.
Well, the member for Edmonton Millwood.
Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of a healthcare crisis unlike anything we've seen before, but in one of the most heartless decisions that I've seen in this Assembly, the UCP is taking away health benefit coverage for injured workers. Benefits ensure a worker can take care of their family during a pandemic. They ensure that the family can afford that $200 a month asthma inhaler for their daughter. And why did the government do this? To create balance. So to the Minister of Labour, how is it balanced to punish the families of injured workers during a pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Nothing's further from the truth. We're continuing to make sure we have the right protocols in place, Mr. Speaker, the right laws in place, Mr. Speaker. We're rebalancing our labour laws in this province, Mr. Speaker, and we're proud of the work that our Minister of Labour is doing to make sure we have that right balance, to make sure we can get people working, Mr. Speaker, in our economy. We have to make sure we're there for their employers and job creators as well, Mr. Speaker. We're bringing balance back to the workforce.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwood.
They are taking away health benefits during a pandemic. And in a time when workers across the province, particularly essential frontline healthcare workers, are facing daily risk of exposure to COVID-19, the government is also going to limit the definition of an occupational disease and remove the Occupational Health and Safety Council. At a time when workers are facing a disease they wouldn't normally encounter in the workplace, the UCP is making it harder for workers to make a claim for a disease related to their work. To the same minister, will you explain to essential workers why you're making it harder for them to have access to coverage during a health crisis that is impacting every workplace?
The Honourable the Premier has risen.
That's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. If a worker requires health or medical benefits under the proposed amendments related to a workplace injury or illness, the worker will continue to receive workers' compensation medical benefits. I repeat, the worker will continue to receive WCB medical benefits.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Millwood.
They're making it harder to be approved to receive benefits. Now, in another move to roll back progress in this province by decades, the UCP has removed the employer's duty to reinstate a worker when they return from an injury. Workers can now be fired after making a WCB claim. Again, in the middle of a pandemic, our province has the second highest unemployment in Canada, and the UCP is forcing workers to work when injured because they might be too afraid to make a claim. And at the same time, the government is telling sick workers to stay home. So to the minister, while you're piling so much hardship and suffering onto working Albertans, have you considered we're in a global pandemic?
The Honourable the Premier.
Again, Mr. Speaker, completely false. In fact, the opposite is true. Under the proposed amendments, employers and workers can and should work together to address potentially dangerous conditions before they reach the point of refusal. Workers have the same rights and protections related to dangerous work refusals as they've had in the past. The process for dealing with dangerous work refusals is simpler, streamlined, and easier to follow for employers and workers to ensure that these issues are resolved quickly.
Edmonton City Centre has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our dedicated hospital staff are overwhelmed. Due to this government's failure to plan and prepare for the second wave, our frontline healthcare heroes are coping with profound physical and emotional stress as they try to hold back a pandemic. Because of this government's failures, they're even being told to ration oxygen. Now, while I'm expecting to hear the same tired message, let's hope for once maybe he can give our healthcare heroes a straight answer. Premier, why have you not acted to help our frontline healthcare workers cope with this second wave?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true. We were preparing for the second wave actually back in March. We knew there was going to be a second wave in the fall. Again, the member is fear-mongering about oxygen and being, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, I will try my best to be parliamentary, but with that type of language, Mr. Speaker, it's hard not to call it for what it is, Mr. Speaker, and not use the L word. But look, the Calgary zone has an adequate supply of oxygen, Mr. Speaker, to meet the patient needs now and in the days ahead. They continue to provide safe and appropriate care for all patients, including those who are in need of oxygen therapy, Mr. Speaker. What he said is completely...
At 2:02, a point of order is noted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
If this is preparation, Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine what we would have had otherwise. The Premier acts like the impact of the second wave is inevitable, and this government has done everything they could to prevent it. Everything that except a mask mandate, or even enforcing his own public health orders. This Premier's pandemic response has been all talk and no substance. When there's a tough decision, the Premier hides, and our healthcare heroes are left to cope with the impact. This Premier's half measures aren't working. His own modeling shows that. Frontline healthcare workers need real support, real action. When will they see it from this government?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, $2 billion in additional funding for the health system. That is action. Only the NDP would see it otherwise, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, there is not modeling. There are 2-week projections that the AHS has for any critical disease of this nature. Thirdly, hiding from difficult decisions. A week ago, I stood in front of Albertans and outlined the most stringent public health restrictions in the history of our province, balanced and strong restrictions. But Mr. Speaker, no, we won't put hundreds of thousands of people out of work as the NDP wants.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
I'll do my best, but it should never have come to this. That's Dr. Rhonda Ness, who this week went to work as a backup ICU doctor, something she hasn't done since her residency. Day after day, I hear heart-wrenching stories from our frontline health workers about how they're going above and beyond to protect lives and livelihoods. Now, I am confident that these healthcare heroes in our system will rise to the challenge like they always have, but they deserve real support from this government, something that's been lacking from day one. What new supports will the Premier will actually announce this afternoon to help our healthcare heroes?
The Honourable Premier.
Again, Mr. Speaker, $2 billion. We have increased the health budget by 10% this year to provide our healthcare workers and hospitals with every support that they need, Mr. Speaker, in addition to $170 million for long-term care and nursing homes, in addition to $100 million additionally for mental health support, more than all of the other provinces combined, in addition to hundreds of millions of dollars for nonprofits and community organizations to work with the least vulnerable. An unprecedented series of actions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary South East has a question.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, along with their fiscal update, the federal government released changes to the fiscal stabilization program. After decades of contributions by Alberta to the rest of Confederation, amounting to more than $630 billion net, Ottawa has once more failed Albertans with this almost token measure that does not address the underlying unfairness of the current system. As a result, Alberta is losing out on nearly $4.6 billion, dollars that Albertans have paid for many times over, and dollars that we need to help address our current economic challenges. To the Premier, what is your reaction to these changes?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is deeply disappointed with the announcement about only modest changes to the fiscal stabilization program. All 13 provinces and territories had called for the federal government to create fiscal fairness, recognizing the oversized role that Alberta has played in the prosperity of the Federation, and yet we got 10% of the ask that was not just made by Alberta, but by every province and territory, shortchanged by $4.6 billion for the province that's done the heavy lifting in the history of the Federation. Mr. Speaker, this is a slap in the face for the people of Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Premier for his response. Given that Alberta asked for the cap to be removed, and given that Alberta will now only receive roughly $750 million of the estimated $3 billion that Alberta would have been eligible for without this unfair and arbitrary cap, to the Premier, what message will Alberta send to Ottawa on why the full elimination of the cap is necessary to address our concerns and properly reciprocate Alberta's long-standing outsized contributions to Confederation?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank the member for Calgary Southeast for his question, and he's right, $3 billion shortchanged for this fiscal year. But, Mr. Speaker, the unanimous request of provinces and territories was for a retroactive lifting of the cap to 2015 to recognize the crash in revenues then, and so we have been shortchanged by $4.6 billion. And let's be clear, this is not Albertans getting out a begging bowl. We don't look for welfare as a province, Mr. Speaker. We look for fairness. And that is money that we have put into the rest of the Federation, $600 billion in net contributions over the past 6 decades.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that up until 2020, Alberta has been a net contributor to the Federation for every year that equalization has existed, and given that even through these challenging times our province has faced since 2015, we have still been net contributors in excess of $15 billion a year, and given that Alberta is now facing the most challenging economic circumstances that we have seen since the Great Depression, can the Premier explain to Albertans why it is necessary for Ottawa not only to remove the cap, but also to make retroactive fiscal stabilization payments to correct for the unfairness of recent years?
The Honourable the Premier.
Speaker, it's necessary because a strong Canada needs a strong Alberta. As I've said before, imagine if we saw a fiscal and economic meltdown in the auto sector impacting Ontario, in the aviation sector in Quebec. You know that the national media would focus on that as story number one, and the government of Canada would be all over it. And yet, this province that has done so much, this province, look at these flags of all the other provinces and territories. Think about the hundreds of thousands of Albertans from across the country. This Canadian province deserves to have, for Canada to have its back, just as we've helped our fellow Canadians for 6 decades.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that the UCP government implemented one of the NDP's small business supports by expanding the relaunch grant. But this is not enough. Small businesses, especially those in the hospitality sector, can't make a buck under these new restrictions. Restaurant owner Paul Schufeld said, "I still have to pay staff, I still have to keep the lights on, I still have to keep the gas going." To the Jobs Minister, the extra $5,000 will not be enough. We've called on your government to reinstate the deferral on utility payments. Will you commit, here and now, to a utility deferral to help save small businesses from going under? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Honourable the Premier.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, let's get this clear. The NDP says that some businesses cannot break even with these restrictions. What does the NDP want to do? Shut them down completely. His leader just spent minutes in this place demanding that they all be completely suspended, Mr. Speaker. Every group representing Alberta job creators has thanked this government for taking a balanced approach, and if the NDP were making the decisions, hundreds of thousands of people would be put out of work, and 40% of small businesses would risk never reopening again.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
With respect, that's patently false. Given that mounting debt is plaguing Alberta's small businesses, and over half of small businesses have reported they're using personal finances or high-interest sources of credit to keep them afloat, and given that these Alberta businesses have exhausted all of their options for low business loans, or low-interest loans, including what's listed on BizConnect. Given we proposed a $30,000 low-interest line of credit backed by the provincial government because we believe that Alberta entrepreneurs are the backbone of the economy, will you step up to the plate, adopt our call for a $30,000 low-interest loan, and ensure that Alberta's small businesses can stay afloat?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you to the member for the question, and we also want to thank all the small business owners across Alberta for all the hard work that they've been doing throughout this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, all the steps that they've done in real time to comply with the health orders. And to the Premier's point earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite want to shut these small businesses down. We're putting in place tactical measures, Mr. Speaker, to bend the curve so that they can stay open, Mr. Speaker. We put in place a second tranche of the relaunch grant to help support small businesses. And Mr. Speaker, if these measures continue, we'll look at other ways to support them. We're working with the federal government on new initiatives, Mr. Speaker. They announced that federally. We're going to continue to partner with the federal government to support our small businesses.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that rent relief is the #1 requested support from small, medium-sized businesses as they try to survive this pandemic, and given that rent is the largest fixed cost facing small businesses in the province, and given that bar owners, restaurateurs, and hard-hit small businesses cannot access the maximum amount of the new federal rent subsidy, to the Minister, Alberta's entrepreneurs need you to move at the speed of business. Enough with the rhetoric, it's time for action. Will your government provide supplemental provincial rent relief and save Alberta businesses, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich for the NDP. On one side saying they're going to shut down small businesses, and the other side they say that they want to open them up. I know it's a bit lonely over there as a sole member of the Capitalist Caucus of the NDP, Mr. Speaker, and he's advocating for small businesses. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going to do everything that we can to support the small businesses across Alberta. We've been there with the second tranche of the relaunch grant, Mr. Speaker. We were there earlier on with the commercial rent relief. We're going to continue to work with the federal government. We're seeking details from the federal government on the new initiatives that they've recently launched, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they work for small businesses here in our province.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 new studies from the University of Alberta have provided an early warning that student learning is suffering significantly during COVID-19. Students in grades 2 and 3 scored consistently lower on reading skills than previous students. Researchers say moving kids online and reducing face-to-face interactions is part of the problem. Because the government failed to keep schools safe, hundreds of thousands of grades 7 through 12 students have been forced out of their classrooms. So to the Minister of Education, why did you fail to provide schools with a safe and lasting re-entry plan?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the member for the important question. I know that the Minister of Education has worked incredibly hard on our Safe Restart plan that has largely worked very well. This plan was developed in partnership with school divisions and education partners right across this province, and the focus is really on keeping kids safely in school. K-6 students will remain in classes for in-person learning, as well as other students with unique and additional needs, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that the Minister of Education takes very seriously, the mental health and well-being of students, and continues to work with partners on that.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Given that the minister's plan has objectively failed, and given that this new Alberta research indicates that these students are roughly 6 to 8 months behind where they should be, given that the researchers also note that this problem can be reversed if it is done so immediately, but this requires physical distancing and more staff to get kids into school safely, and given that the Education Minister failed to deliver on her promise to bring students back safely to school this fall, this time the Minister has a choice. Will she put kids before her $4.7 billion corporate giveaway, yes or no?
The Honourable, the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do understand that the article that the member opposite is referencing primarily does speak to those in grades K-6 elementary school students, and that is why it is so important to make sure that those kids can stay in class, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work as a government along with education partners and the Chief Medical Officer of Health so that we can keep kids safely in school, reduce community transition of COVID, and make sure that our youngest citizens have access to high-quality education. I do want to thank all of the educators and administrators right across this province who have been doing an exceptional job over the last 7 or 8 months.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the researchers say that school closures in the spring were likely unavoidable as it was the first wave of COVID-19 in Alberta, but given that it's December now, and that there's no excuse for the minister to fail to provide for a re-entry plan for January that keeps kids safe in schools and learning in person, will the Minister of Education learn from her failure and read our Safe Schools, Successful Students report that we gave her last July and cap class sizes at 15 to keep students in their classrooms as safe as possible? You have $4.7 billion. Give it to kids, not to corporations.
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker, I do want to point out that the plan put forward by the members opposite was unrealistic. The class size suggestions that they put forward were wildly unrealistic, both from a space as well as a funding perspective, Mr. Speaker. That's why we worked with school divisions, school partners, education partners right across this province, as well as the Chief Medical Officer of Health, to ensure that students can continue to learn safely in class. Obviously, the Christmas holidays and the break coming up in the next month gives us an opportunity to bend the curve on the spread of COVID, but we'll continue to work with partners on a realistic plan that keeps kids in the classroom and keeps teachers and students safe.
The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard our Finance Minister explain the difficult situation our province faces with the pandemic, global economic contraction, and oil price collapse. I have certainly heard from my constituents who are concerned about the future of their businesses, their jobs, their local economy, and of course making ends meet at home. With the next budget coming up early next year, can the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance tell us what he is doing to prepare for Budget 2021?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. Alberta faces an unprecedented fiscal challenge unlike any we've witnessed in recent history. We have some tough decisions ahead in Budget 2021, and that's why I've been talking to Albertans through virtual and telephone town halls to hear their perspectives. Mr. Speaker, we've also brought forward 3 fiscal anchors to guide government decisions and ensure we're best positioned for recovery.
The Honourable Member for Central Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for his response. Given that these fiscal challenges appear insurmountable, with many of these factors being out of our control, and given we are still working to combat COVID-19 and the effects of our response to it, and given that all Albertans will be affected by our provincial budget, and I know the people in the constituency I represent are already expressing concerns, to the Minister of Finance, how can Albertans have their say on Budget 2021?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of ways Albertans can share their thoughts, perspectives, and ideas. As part of Budget 2021 consultations, we're hosting telephone town halls. The one for Northern Alberta was held on Monday. There's one tonight for Central Alberta and another tomorrow for Southern Alberta. In addition, Albertans can have their say through our online Budget 2021 survey, or Albertans can submit ideas via email through budget.feedback@gov.ab.ca. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of ways Albertans can submit their thoughts and ideas, and I look forward to reviewing all of them.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister for his response. Given it's good news that the Minister of Finance has already been engaging with Albertans across the province and is set to speak with many more in the days to come, and given it is important for Albertans to be engaged and tell the Minister what their concerns and ideas are and ask the questions they need to in order to be engaged and informed on the upcoming budget, can the Minister of Finance share with this chamber what he has been hearing in his consultations?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from many Albertans the story of incredible hardship, Mr. Speaker, which is why we've focused on economic recovery. That's why we were the first province to roll out the economic recovery plan. Albertans have also been very vocal about our need to reduce spending where we can. Many Albertans I've heard from understand that we're an outlier in terms of the cost to deliver services, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard that they don't believe we should be an outlier any longer. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are expected to responsibly manage their household spending, and they expect their government to do the same.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has a question to ask.
Yesterday, when I asked about rental assistance, I was given talking points from a minister in a different department. I was told about a redesign of the program, which sounds a whole lot like a cut to me. This unfortunately makes sense because the UCP has already cut rent supplements by 24%, and Albertans are being given notices that their supplement is ending. To the Minister of Seniors and Housing, now that there are growing outbreaks in shelters and homelessness is increasing, will you admit your cuts to affordable housing were short-sighted and wrong?
The Honourable the Minister Minister of Children's Services is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that I have addressed both of these questions a number of times in this House, but I am happy to speak again to the work that's being done by the Minister of Community and Social Services when it comes to those who are experiencing homelessness, not only throughout the pandemic, but through all of our ongoing work with municipal, federal partners and community organizations who provide these important services. As I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we do have to create a rental supplement program that is efficient, but also one that is sustainable for future seniors who are in need of those spaces. We are, in fact, focusing the redesign on building capacity so we can serve more Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that federal partnerships on housing provide huge returns, provinces get more while paying less. The UCP tragically continue to leave federal money on the table. And given that when I point out that affordable housing is a solution to the growing outbreaks in emergency shelters, including the now 60 cases at the Edmonton Convention Centre, the UCP just talked about emergency money they gave for shelters back in the spring. Minister, will you commit to investing more in rent supplements so Albertans can have access to safe housing?
Will the Minister of Children's Services to answer?
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak specifically to the issue that the member opposite raised about shelter capacity in Edmonton. Right now, we are at 66%, and specifically when the member opposite is asking questions about the convention centre here in the city of Edmonton, I do hope that the member opposite would realize that that is actually being managed by the city of Edmonton. We continue to work with community partners as well as the municipality and our municipal partners to address these needs, but I can tell you that there still is shelter capacity, and the Minister of Housing continues her reviews to ensure that there are spaces available for those who need them.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that the UCP's record in government is to give profitable corporations more at the expense of ordinary Albertans, and I fear that changes to housing will be no different. Given that it appears that the UCP's so-called expert redesign of housing seems like a way to subsidize property managers and developers while cutting supports to Albertans. Minister, the corporate handout failed, and it comes at the expense of housing during a pandemic. Will you put your cruel ideological cuts aside and guarantee that increased supports for affordable housing are a part of the economic recovery?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I find this line of questioning very interesting, coming from a government that did the complete opposite, which was not listen to Albertans, not consult with Albertans, and try to hide from the problems instead of addressing the problems that exist. Mr. Speaker, that is why the Minister of Seniors and Housing struck the panel on housing, so that we could gain perspectives from all Albertans. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we are here in this place to represent Albertans, and we owe it to them to listen to their perspectives. That includes housing providers, private companies, and civil society, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to do the hard work to fix these problems and to listen to Albertans.
Order. I'm not sure if the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview had used that line of those statements in a question, that they wouldn't have been ruled out of order, but just provide a caution at this point. The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClellan.
My heart goes out to the families of the 3 residents who died due to the outbreak of COVID-19 at the Linwood Care Centre in my riding. I know people who live there very well. A constituent wrote to me that she's worried sick for her sister-in-law, Mr. Speaker, who lives there, who suffers from dementia. Her sister-in-law has not been out of bed for 12 days. She has not been able to roll over on her own. Her family is very concerned that regular food and medication has been interrupted, and no one has checked on her frequently because the centre says that AHS is advising not to go into rooms. To the Minister of Health, where is the plan? Where are the additional staff in these centres?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, very happy to speak again about the plan for our continuing care operators and the additional funding we provided to them. They worked with us to come to us with a plan, and that strategy was implemented in the spring, and we're continuing to implement that plan. It was $170 million of additional funding for those 300 sites throughout the province. Mr. Speaker, and AHS is also working very closely with all of these operators to make sure that they have the resources they need, they have the PP, they have the workforce capacity, and they're going to be able to still comply with all of the requirements of the...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClellan.
Mr. Speaker, very specific measures have to be taken by this government to address this long-term care facility death rate. Given that 56 residents and 18 staff members are sick with COVID-19 at the Linwood Centre, and given that there are 45 outbreaks related to long-term care across Alberta, and given these residents and staff are living and working in constant fear and anxiety because of the huge burden this government has placed on them due to their failure to act, to the Premier, if it was one of your loved ones in this facility, would you be turning a blind eye to these Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, that is stooping to a new low even for the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Nobody is turning a blind eye. We started in January and February to be planning for both the first wave and future waves of the pandemic, working with our continuing care operators. Our hearts go out to all of those who have lost a loved one to COVID, all of the healthcare workers that are in continuing care as well as in our hospitals. Our hearts go to them as well and thank them for the hard work. It's stressful right now in the second wave, and we're going to continue to make sure that the operators as well as AHS have all the resources they need to respond to this pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Given that specific actions need to be taken, I urge the Minister of Health to listen closely to some that I'll outline right now. Given that the public news reports reveal that testing sewage outflows from long-term care centres can detect an imminent outbreak of COVID-19 days before residents begin to test positive, and that the U of A is involved in research in this vein, and given that knowing about an outbreak even 2 or 3 days before people begin testing positive in a long-term care centre would allow staff to put measures in place to prevent a massive outbreak of COVID-19. U of A research teams plan to start testing long-term care homes with federal support this program. What are you doing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to support AHS. We're going to continue to support our continuing care operators. We have spent almost $2 billion additional dollars on healthcare, Mr. Speaker, to be able to respond to the pandemic. That's what we're doing. We're going to continue to provide those resources to AHS and especially the public health folks and the researchers in the university who are involved in a lot of the innovative research that's going on to help us be able to respond to the pandemic. We're going to continue to support that work, continue to support that research, Mr. Speaker, and continue to make sure that we have all the resources we need to respond to the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Mr. Speaker, it's the 5th time in a month I stand in this chamber to demand this government answer for its mishandling of COVID-19 in correctional centres. There are currently outbreaks at over half of the correction centres in Alberta, putting the lives of thousands at risk. The latest outbreak is at the Calgary Remand Centre, which started with 3 cases last week and now has 42 cases. To the Minister of Justice, are you ever going to take action on outbreaks in correctional facilities?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, to that particular member, we are taking action. And that is why we are working very closely with Alberta Health Services. We have implemented all of the protocols that they have put in place, and we are making sure that we continue to keep staff and the inmates in those facilities safe. That is what we are doing, and that's what we're going to continue to do. What we will not do, is to create anxiety within that population. What we must do is to do everything we can to keep them safe.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Given that you need to do more, and given that inmates at Calgary Remand are being triple bunked, despite physical distancing guidelines and the Mandela rules on imprisonment, and given that defense lawyer and prisoner advocates have been raising concerns on the effect of the pandemic on inmates, and given that these individuals have been trying to reach out to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice for guidance, to either minister, have you finally responded to these urgent appeals? And what action are you taking to handle this situation? Be specific, Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. My heart goes out to every single staff and inmate who have tested positive at those facilities and who are right now stressed as a consequence of the current circumstances that we all find ourselves. I can assure, Mr. Speaker, that myself, the Minister of Health, the Chief Medical Officer of Health are doing everything we can to make sure that we deploy all of the protocols, all of the resources that is needed in order to keep them safe in those facilities in Edmonton or in Calgary.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the outbreak has put the centre on total lockdown, putting trials on hold as inmates are not being permitted to attend court or appear via CCTV, and given that this outbreak has stalled a murder trial, delaying justice and closure for a family of the victim, and given this is a clear breach of rights to justice and fair trial to the Minister of Justice, why did you let this situation get so out of control? Were you busy Twitter fighting?
The Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those are the sort of things that we don't need at this point in time in our history, Mr. Speaker. I can assure Mr. Speaker that the safety, security, and health of staff and inmates is always priority of Alberta's correctional facilities. Mr. Speaker, we have once again partnered with Alberta Health Services and the Chief Medical Officer of Health to ensure that we keep all of our staff and all inmates in all facilities safe here in Alberta.
Order. Honourable members, my apologies. There was an error in the question period rotation, and so we'll go back to the honourable member for Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural internet in this province is in a troubling state. Many communities lack this crucial tool that is needed for so many different things. However, some companies have decided to try to take on this challenge using satellite technology. There are a few different options available, like Starlink from Tesla owner and entrepreneur Elon Musk, as well as Blue Origin from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. To the Minister of Service Alberta, both of these seem to be promising solutions for the challenge of rural internet access. Has the government considered either of these technologies?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you to the member, and I want to advise this House that the Minister of Service Alberta and I recently had a call with the head of Starlink program for all of the world, Mr. Speaker. It was an encouraging call. Many of their satellites already cover good chunks of the province of Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and they've called their beta test program better than nothing. And that's tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Speaker, but that is what we've had in many of our rural communities, almost nothing when it comes to internet service, Mr. Speaker, and that's not good enough. That's why our Minister of Service Alberta is exploring these technologies, amongst others, to make sure that rural Albertans have access to broadband speeds that they need to be able to access education and the economy.
Honourable member for Lloydminster, Vermilion, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for the answer. Given that the challenges facing rural Alberta through their lack of internet access has presented large problems for some municipalities, and given that some communities have had to choose between infrastructure and finding ways to get internet access to their citizens, and given that the digital chasm between rural and urban Alberta continues to grow, to the same minister, can you provide an update to this House as to where we are at currently with the ongoing efforts to get Alberta connected, rural Alberta connected?
Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the biggest things that we can do as a government to make sure from an economic opportunity perspective and education perspective, Mr. Speaker, for rural Albertans, is to make sure that they have access to high-speed internet and broadband, Mr. Speaker. Our Minister of Service Alberta is exploring multiple options. In some communities, it makes sense going 10 kilometres, 20 kilometres with fibre, Mr. Speaker. Other communities as low Earth orbit satellites, like what SpaceX is putting forward, Mr. Speaker, might be the right solution. We're exploring all of the above. We're working with the federal government as well on their initiative that was announced here recently to make sure that we can be there for these communities, to make sure that they can have access to the economy of tomorrow.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the minister. Given that the future viability of these communities is at risk if internet problems don't get fixed, and given that the internet is needed for everything from small businesses to hospitals, and given that some businesses are having to deal with constant service drops that make it almost impossible to process non-cash transactions. Further, given that solving the rural internet issue will help accelerate Alberta's recovery plan. To the same minister, what are the plans for the future action to ensure that all Albertans have access to strong and fast internet?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we're working with telecom companies, we're working with these new entrepreneurial companies to make sure that we can provide this. And it really does highlight how we can level the playing field for job opportunities for all Albertans in every single community. They used to say that banking jobs had to be in downtown Toronto on Bay Street, but yet Bay Street hasn't been functioning effectively for about 9 months. It's all been done remotely, all been done from people's homes. If we could provide that broadband speed to people in rural communities, Mr. Speaker, sky's the limit on opportunities, from job creation, from coding, to what they've done traditionally in their communities, Mr. Speaker. This is really important to level the playing field, making sure every single person in all of our communities have access to jobs that are there, high-paying jobs of today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Now the honourable member for St. Albert has a question.
Disability workers are essential workers. They should be supported to ensure that Albertans with disabilities are appropriately cared for during a pandemic. As cases of COVID-19 continue to rise because of this government's inaction, this work gets more intense with staffing shortages and an ever-expanding scope. The workers deserve a pay top-up. UCP fiscal update says federal government provided $14.4 million for wage top-ups for disability workers, but workers haven't seen a penny. Minister, where is the money and when will these workers get the wage top-up they deserve?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've been providing wage top-ups for healthcare aides that are serving in continuing care homes and long-term care homes. And Mr. Speaker, ministers right now are assessing additional need and working with their federal counterparts on determining future program rollouts.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Given there's a very big difference between healthcare aides, long-term care workers, and disability workers, and given that 90% of these workers are in the private sector, so most don't have sufficient benefits or access to sufficient sick pay, and given that disability workers are at high risk of contracting or spreading COVID-19 due to the very personal nature of their care, given that every Albertan who has contracted COVID-19 or is a close contact of someone who has to isolate. Minister, will you provide sick pay to every disability worker who doesn't currently have it?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Speaker, we are extremely grateful for and inspired by the essential support workers who provide care and have continued to provide uninterrupted care for those who have disabilities, especially over the last 8 to 9 months. As recognition for that work, the Government of Alberta will provide eligible service providers with a $14.4 million grant, Mr. Speaker, to distribute to essential support workers working in overnight staffed residences and out-of-home placements. Mr. Speaker, these workers have in fact taken on additional challenges to meet the increased health and personal care needs, and we want to thank them for that.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Well, given that gratitude is great, but paying people appropriately is so much better. So I'm glad to hear that the money will be moving out, given that that money has been transferred by the federal government for months. So disability workers are waiting. They're still waiting, Mr. Speaker. So to the minister, can you further explain to disability workers if this top-up will include additional access to sick pay?
Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is an important question. This is work that the Minister of Community and Social Services is actively working on with partners and stakeholders in this area to determine the number of essential support workers eligible for this recognition funding. The amounts of funding, Mr. Speaker, and the details will be determined by the information we receive from those stakeholders, and payments will then be provided as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we don't make decisions based on ideology. We recognize and are grateful for the work that our community stakeholders do, and we work with them to address their needs.
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Finance and Treasury Board recently tabled the mid-year fiscal update and economic statement. This is showing Alberta's current and forecasted economic state. Even though this government promised a balanced budget in our first term, we have been facing unexpected circumstances with the COVID-19 pandemic. To the Minister of Finance, when can we expect to have a balanced budget, and how much has the COVID-19 pandemic affected this?
Well, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is the economic collapse caused by COVID-19 has had a huge impact on Alberta's revenues. And unfortunately, that will mean that we will have to delay balancing the budget, Mr. Speaker, from our plan in Budget 2019. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we're bringing forward some fiscal anchors that will guide our decisions during this time. The first fiscal anchor is this. We are going to align our spending on a per capita basis with that of other provinces. The second fiscal anchor, Mr. Speakers, we are going to ensure that our net debt to GDP ratio stays under 30%. And, Mr. Speaker, the third anchor will be to deliver a defensible date once we have more clarity.
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Albertans need to continue to have world-class health care, education, and other public services, and given that public services have had issues over with over and unnecessary spending, especially under the previous government, and given that we need this spending under control, to the same minister, how can we ensure Albertans are receiving world-class services while limiting unnecessary spending like that the NDP put in place with them?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Improving the services for Albertans is something that we strive for every day. And more important now than ever, Mr. Speaker, is delivering services most efficiently. Quality services and efficient delivery of those services are not mutually exclusive concepts, as the members opposite would have us believe. Our expenses, not including COVID measures, have actually decreased $156 million from Budget 2020. That's due to our commitment to providing quality services to Albertans while maintaining fiscal responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this government introduced the job creation tax cut in order to create a better environment for job creators and investment in our province, and given that the NDP claimed that this will be a major lost revenue for the Alberta government, and given that that is false, and given that the NDP, that we need the revenue of corporate taxes as well as taxes from working Albertans in order to balance the budget, to the same minister, what effect will the job creation tax cut have on the deficit?
Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest estimate shows the job creation tax cut will result in reduced revenues of between $200 and $300 million per year. Mr. Speaker, that is a far cry from the billions of dollars the opposition mislead Albertans with. The fact is, the job creation tax cut will position this province to attract investment, create jobs, and expand fiscal capacity in the future. Mr. Speaker, without economic recovery, we will not meet our fiscal challenge.
I'd like to take one quick moment to say a very quick and special hello to Jason Kinnear, who works as a membership coordinator at the Cold Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce, who tunes in every day, if you can believe it, to see our important work. Hello, Jackson. Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will return to the daily routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The member for Cardston-Siksika.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills, I am pleased to table the committee's final report on Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act, sponsored by the Honourable Member from Leduc-Beaumont. This bill was referred to the committee on November 18th, 2020, the year of our Lord. Mr. Speaker, the committee's final report recommends that Bill 207 proceed. I request concurrence of the Assembly in the final report of Bill 207. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wondered if presenting a report as such is just like scoring a hat trick on your birthday. But a very happy birthday to the Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the motion for concurrence in a report on Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act, is debatable pursuant to Standing Order 18.1b. Are there any members wishing to speak to the report? If so, please rise. Seeing none, the Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills has requested concurrence in the report on Bill 207, Reservists Recognition Day Act. Does the Assembly agree to the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika has a tabling returner report. Sorry, Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though in my day I never did score a hat trick, I did get buckets. In accordance with Section 19(1)A of the Auditor General's Act, as Chair of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices, I am pleased to table the results report of the Auditor General. of Alberta for year ending March 31st, 2020. Copies of this report will also be provided to members.
Are there other tablings? Seeing none.
Links to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Shandro, Minister of Health, pursuant to the Regional Health Authorities Act, Alberta Health Services Annual Report 2019-20.
Honourable members, we are at points of order, and at 2:02, the Honourable, the Opposition Deputy House Leader, raised a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's under 23H and it was in relation to a question raised by my colleague from Edmonton Centre about government health policy, in particular relating to the news in media about rationing of oxygen. Pretty reasonable question. And the Minister of Health, instead of answering, he went on a personal rant against that member. And that's pretty much the pattern that we have seen from this minister, instead answering these questions. And then he went on to say that I can't say indirectly, but I will still say L word, implying that honourable member from Edmonton Centre was lying. I think that's unparliamentary, and if you can't do something directly, you cannot do it indirectly, and that's disrespectful to this House, that's disrespectful to these rules, and members should apologize, retract, apologize, and resign. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a transcript of the moment that the Deputy House Leader called that point to order. And the transcript that I have says that the minister said none of that is true, which provides confirmation to the opposition that the facts they're presenting were not true. Certainly did not call them liars. We were preparing for a second wave in March, he then says. He then says we knew there was going to be a second wave in the fall. Also true. Again, the member is fear-mongering about oxygen and being, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, well, sorry, the NDP, I will try my best to be parliamentary with the type of language. It's hard not to call it for what it is. Nowhere does he refer to lying in the transcript that I got. I do sympathize with the health minister. It's hard not to call out the NDP's blatant fear-mongering inside the Assembly, Mr. Speaker, with unparliamentary words. However, I commend the health minister for committing to continuing with parliamentary words, which is what it says according to the transcript that I have. If there's something different in it, I'd be happy to address it.
Thank you, honourable members. I'm happy to rule on this point of order. I do have the benefit of the blues, which the Honourable Government House Leader knows is the official transcript. The statement that was made by the Minister of Health is the following, according to the blues. Again, the member is fear-mongering about oxygen and being, quite well, period, no, sorry, period. I use the punctuation to ensure that this is the important part. The NDP, I will try my best to be parliamentary, but with that type of language, it's hard to call it for what it is and not use the L word. But look, the Calgary zone, and he goes on. Now, the honourable member, I would suggest that according to the blues, was at that time specifically referring to the NDP. He went on to do something indirectly, which you couldn't do directly. But earlier in the routine, I referred specifically to the use of the word lying and how it was not helpful. And even in this case, when the member was speaking specifically to the NDP lying, although he was doing it in an indirect manner, which he couldn't do directly, so I'd like to remind everybody that that also is inappropriate. This has not been considered to be a point of order or over a long period of time. Although I, at some length, have spoken to this very issue. In fact, previous speakers as well have said June 18th, 2019. Here's what I will say. let's all endeavor to rise the level of decorum and not imply that the government is lying or that individuals are lying. Let's do our best to not try to do indirectly what we can't do directly, and I have the sense that that will help increase the level of decorum. Honourable members, I provided a very strong reminder prior to question period about the use of the word lying. If members are going to insist on forcing the Speaker to rule on the use of lying, I am happy to do so. Let's use some personal discretion when it comes to the use of the word lying, even if we're talking about the other side as a group of individuals, because that is not proved to be productive. I consider the matter dealt with and concluded. It is not a point of order. We are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under government motions, motion number 50, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 50. Be it resolved that pursuant to Standing Order 39, the 2020 fall sitting of the Assembly be extended beyond the first Thursday in December until such time as or when the Government House Leader advises the Assembly that the business of the sitting is concluded, and at such time the Assembly stands adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, pursuant to Standing Order 3-9, this motion is not debatable. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree to the motion? If so, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Committee of the whole.
Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 43, Financing Alberta's Strategic Transportation Act. We are on Amendment A2. Are there any members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is certainly an honour to rise in the chamber this afternoon, and as it is always an honour and a privilege to do the job that we do and to be able to represent our constituents. And this is in fact my first time in debate this week in the House, and I just always like to start by acknowledging all the incredible frontline workers that are doing so much for us right now. If any of them are watching, we know whether you're in healthcare, in retail, whatever it might be, we support you, and we know how hard you're working, and we know the pressures that you're facing. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So I have not yet had a chance to share a lot of my thoughts on Bill 43, which is Financing Alberta's Strategic Transportation Act. And while I assure the government that I will speak to the amendment specifically, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of my concerns with the bill and tie it into the amendment that is in front of us. So, you know, it's just so interesting to me that this government has repeatedly labeled us as fear-mongering and as spreading fear on a number of issues. And I can't wait for that member who is currently heckling to stand up and speak to this bill. You know, it's interesting on this one because, you know, we did warn Albertans that the UCP was planning to bring in tolls. And when we said that, how did the Premier respond? Well, he claimed that we were fear-mongering. And, interestingly enough, just as we can point to with many examples where we didn't spread fear, but instead simply raised concerns about what we'd heard, it came true. And in this case, we now have the proof with this bill in front of us, Bill 43, the Financing Alberta's Strategic Transportation Act. And I just realized that that spells out fast. So, I mean, perhaps we can say the government pulled a fast one on Albertans. You know, it's interesting. I also wanted to just talk about the fact that, you know, everybody in this House has traveled this province. I'm sure all of us are quite proud to call this province our home. You know, I've talked many times in this legislature about growing up in rural Alberta and spending a lot of time, particularly in northern Alberta. And Peace River country is actually an area that is close to my heart. Well, I didn't grow up there. I grew up in Barrhead, of course, for those who've been paying attention. But the Peace River area was an important one for my parents. And my mom grew up in northern Alberta, in fact, with same area as the member from Edmonton Riverview in the Valley View area. And I believe they were even schoolmates for a short time. Don't worry, my mom had me extremely young, so I'm not calling that member aged at all. But they did grow up together in the north, and when my mom left the Valley View, a little smoky area, she went to Peace River for her final year of high school and lived up in that area. And you know, interestingly enough, she tells a lot of good stories about the north, and we've still got some family members who are around that area, not specifically in the Lacrete area, but that's the connection to this bill that I wanted to bring in, because what this government did is they basically held the folks of that area hostage by saying that, you know, unless you're willing to accept tolls, we're not going to build you the bridge that you've been asking for, which is quite interesting. When the UCP infrastructure minister was called on this, he basically belittled their concerns. And again, you know, I know a lot of folks up in northern Alberta, and I can't imagine they were happy with their concerns being dismissed as they were. And in fact, what did he say? He said, you know what, if you don't want to pay tolls to cross the mighty Peace River, then you can go the long way around, which for anybody who knows that area in the north, that adds about 2 hours extra onto that trip. And so that's certainly not fair to the hardworking folks of northern Alberta. But this brings me back to the amendment and my specific concerns about some of the elements of this piece of legislation. This isn't a piece of legislation that's simply for one project. It's not simply about the Lacrete Bridge, no matter how this government tries to spin it. Now, if the members opposite are in fact being truthful about this being simply an enabling act for the construction of that bridge, then they should, by all means, be willing to accept this amendment. Because all this amendment does is adds in an expiration date. You're telling us, the government, we're trusting you. I mean, I know we have many reasons not to trust you, but we're trying to work together and do good work for the people of Alberta. So, you know, if we can trust you on this matter, that in fact, you know, the intent of this bill is to allow for the completion of the bridge in Lacrete, then why would you have any concerns with accepting this amendment that puts an expiry date on it? And just let me give a little bit more information for folks who maybe haven't been following. Based on the introduction by the Minister of Transportation on this piece of legislation, he noted that the cost will be about $200 million. He introduced the calculations done by the government on the length of payment based on the fee of $150 for commercial vehicles and $10 to $20 for personal vehicles. That minister stated that it would take 30 years for the bridge to be built in full through tolls. So, 30 years, it seems quite reasonable on our side of the House then that we could introduce an amendment that puts an expiry on that act, right? The bridge will have been paid for, and thus a limitation makes reasonable sense. However, I am concerned, given this government's record on accepting our reasonable amendments to date, I am concerned that they will possibly reject this amendment. And so I won't say warning, that's perhaps too harsh a word, but I'm suggesting that, unless your ploy is to open up the addition of tolls to any new lane or highway, bridge in this province, unless that's your intention, you should have no reason to reject this amendment that we put forth we've put in front of you. I think this government needs to, admittedly, I stand a lot in this House and speak about bills that I'm getting an influx of correspondence on. I can admit that I do not have an influx of correspondence on this piece of legislation, but part of that would be because the people of Alberta have been absolutely inundated by terrible, harmful bills by this government. And so I guess I'm warning the government that if they reject this amendment, it's another example of them breaking their promises to the people of Alberta. And so I'm suggesting that if you reject this amendment, you'll also be hearing from a lot more of your constituents. Yes. Yes, sorry, Chair, thank you. I was just, I could see everybody was so captivated across the floor there. So I'll try to speak through you moving forward. I can see that. So I'm certainly encouraging strongly this government to consider this. It's a long record, and I don't even have time to go through the long record of broken promises by this government and ways in which they've insulted my constituents and Albertans across this province. And so I would suggest that either way, Albertans truly do want to know the intentions of their government. And by pulling a fast one, by bringing in sneaky tolls and other approaches, I would suggest that they are putting themselves in jeopardy. And these are, again, we're talking about in this case examples of hardworking rural Albertans who certainly, those that did vote for this government certainly didn't vote for additional costs to be levied on them. And I think we also need to talk about the fact that while this government continues to claim that this is just about that one bridge, we're certainly concerned about the impact on other projects moving forward. It allows tolls. Quite simply, read the legislation. It allows tolls on everything. And that is a significant impact on Albertans who are already struggling to make ends meet, right? Those are folks that I'm hearing from every day who are struggling to pay rent, who are struggling to pay bills. And to add additional costs at a time when they're struggling just seems so unreasonable. And I would ask as well, who was consulted on this? Right? How much consultation took place on Bill 43? From what I gather from the debate so far, this government can't point to a significant number of stakeholders that they engaged on such a significant piece of legislation. For a government that speaks a whole heck of a lot about the power of referendums or referenda, then perhaps they could have approached such a substantial issue that impacts communities in that manner, and not through a piece of legislation that they're hoping to ram through in the midst of a pandemic. And so with that, I'm going to strongly encourage the government to accept our amendment on Bill 43, and looking forward to if there are other folks on the government side who can answer some of the, or respond to some of the concerns I raised, I'd be happy to hear those. Thank you, Chair.
I see the Honourable Member for Peace River on Amendment A2.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the opportunity to rise, and I'll let the Minister speak to some of the larger concerns surrounding the legislation in Bill 43. But the member opposite who just spoke, my honourable friend across the aisle, I think has a genuine connection to the North, but I'm afraid the individual speaking is completely mistaken in the position of the residents surrounding this bridge. The truth is, without a doubt, consultations happened. They happened numerous times with numerous groups, stakeholders of all different varieties, business, individuals, the Métis settlement, and resoundingly, Madam Chair, they want the bridge, they want to pay for it with industry, and it is not a debate. The member opposite asked a question, didn't even ask a question, made the statement that somehow this government is holding residents of Northern Alberta hostage. The gall, Madam Chair, to assert that somehow by listening to the constituents of Northern Peace Country, we're somehow holding them hostage. The members opposite are dismissing this after their talking points are finished. The truth is, Madam Chair, that the member does not live in my constituency. The member does not commute to work over an ice bridge, Madam Chair. Daily over an ice bridge, when it is in, when the water is not too low or too high for a ferry, when there are no obstacles coming down upstream from BC or further upstream in the Peace River in Alberta, when we do not have fog, when we have the ability to run it seasonally, the ferry or the ice bridge when it's thick enough is the only time you can cross. The truth is, Madam Chair, this is not being held hostage. There is no other option. In the town of Peace River, there are 17,000 cars that commute daily across that bridge. That was the town that the member opposite referenced where her mother moved north to. Well, when I go south to Peace River, I'm a part of those 17,000 cars traversing. At the crossing at Tompkins Landing,
For Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood, I realize we talk a little bit louder with masks on in this chamber. However, there is a point in which the volume is too loud and the speaker cannot be heard. I will say this to all members in this House at that time. The Honourable Member for Peace River, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's appreciated to have some decorum while I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents in what is a matter of great importance to their economic and personal livelihood. The truth is, dismissing this point of what they are asking for is an affront not just to those members, but to the chamber and our job to represent our constituents' needs. The truth is, Madam Chair, that there are 17,000 cars that cross the town of Peace River, where a bridge was recently built, rightfully so. At Tompkins Landing, there are 400 cars a day. Nothing is being held hostage here. There is no economic plan to have a government build a bridge on tax-collected dollars at Tompkins Landing. It is not feasible. It is not reasonable. It was not anywhere close to on the discussion agenda with the former NDP government. The only reason we're having the discussion about a bridge where there is currently nothing in my constituency is because of the ability to do so through user fees in Bill 43. That is it. There's economic opportunity in the construction of the bridge itself in what is a difficult hit area of Northern Alberta. But more importantly, it is economic opportunity that will be paid for by industry because they will save money by driving across the bridge with the certainty, with their log trucks, with their chip trucks, with the dirt work equipment going back and forth. This is incredibly important, Madam Chair. It is not a talking point for individuals from Barrhead or Calgary or Edmonton to throw out and dismiss. This is the livelihood of individuals in my constituency that cross an ice bridge daily to get to work. I understand the members opposite currently commute to work by one of the wonderfully maintained roads here in the city of Edmonton. That is not true for my constituents. Have some sympathy, please. Have some understanding of the world we live in Northern Alberta, which has extracted so much wealth that belongs to the people of Alberta for our common good. Here we're not even asking for the government to reinvest that wealth back into my constituency. We're saying, let us use our own dollars to pay for it. And somehow, we are as the government holding my constituents hostage. I find that appalling, Madam Chair, that this is the tone taken. I invite any member, including the member who spoke previously from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, to come to my constituency to cross the ice bridge with me. To cross the ferry, wait for an hour to 2 hours on a Friday night or a Monday morning before they can cross the bridge over the ferry. I encourage any of them to understand the sheer scale of this province, the economic wealth that we have contributed, and the request that this legislature let us spend our own dollars to build a $200 million infrastructure project for the province that will belong to the province afterwards. Talk about community spirit. Talk about provincial pride. $200 million of our dollars going in addition to our tax dollars, in addition to the wealth extracted from resources in the rural north, this bridge on top of that. I genuinely ask, seriously, any member to drive with me the 7 hours north to get there from Edmonton. They don't have to drive in the same vehicle. We can be COVID conscious. We can drive separately. But I ask them, please, to come up. I challenge any one of them who vote against this bill or oppose it in any form to come up and see Tompkins Landing currently. There is currently no ice bridge. There is currently no ferry operating. Let's hope it gets cold soon. The farmers and I agree, as soon as the harvest is off and the ferry stops running, let's let those temperatures drop. Because then we can get to and from, and it helps our forestry industry save thousands of dollars on every day that they're bringing their logs and their chips to and from the mill and the block, or the chips going to another mill for processing. Every single day, thousands of dollars are spent extra. I'm sure if you calculate all the different mills, all the different industry, we can have an insane amount of money. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not more, of dollars wasted every year because there's no bridge. And the solution to that this government's proposing is no cost to the government. They will get a bridge at the end of it. Constituents will save time and money. Industry will save money. And the opposition says no. Everything is saying yes, Madam Chair, to this, except the opposition. Everything about this is an easy win for everyone. Every single stakeholder involved. I'd like to know who the members opposite are consulting in my constituency, stakeholders, major or minor, where they say this is a horrible idea. I have an idea, Madam Chair, that they're more concerned about stoking fear about the hen day, about the Deerfoot, than they do about my constituents. And if that's the case, call it what it is, Madam Chair. Call it what it is. Quit disgracing the role that we have in this legislature by pretending that you care about my constituents by voting against this bill. Because I'm telling you, you don't. This matters massively to my constituents, Madam Chair.
Caution you to direct your comments through the chair, which I believe will address that point of order.
Understood. Any comment that I made that may have offended or been against standing orders, I withdraw and apologize for. But you can see, Madam Chair, there's passion. The passion that I have is the passion of my constituents who have made the voice loud and clear. I refer you to the Chamber of Commerce of Lacrete. I refer you to the municipality of High Level, the municipality of Mackenzie County. I refer you to conversations we've had with local Métis communities in Paddle Prairie. They are very, very excited about the possibility of economic opportunity opening up in the north. It is important for my constituents that I represent this forcefully. And if members opposite decide to ignore it, let that be their choice. But I'm not going to come here and tell the members from Edmonton Highland Norwood that I know her constituents' needs and they have told me something that is not true. I will not do that, Madam Chair. I invite the member to come north. Any member that wants to speak to this bill, come with me. I'll be rising in Committee of the Whole every single speech after the NDP speak, inviting that member to come north if they oppose this legislation in any form. For them to understand firsthand the time that it takes to commute currently around Tompkins Landing to the only bridge north of Peace River at Fort Vermilion. And if they don't want to, maybe it takes too much time out of their day, I'd say point made, Madam Chair. Point made. It does take a lot of time to live up north. And I imagine the members genuinely are very grateful for what the north has contributed to this province. I ask them only to let us contribute to our own infrastructure now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members wishing to speak to Amendment A2 on Bill 43. Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton South. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main Bill 43 in Committee of the Whole. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to this bill. I appreciate the passion of the previous speaker, although I will clarify some of the comments I think that my colleague was trying to make, and maybe clarify some of the comments or points that the member rose to speak. No one's disputing the fact that the people of the North are in dire need of a bridge. We recognize the fact that, especially in the North, you know, when you're waiting for ice roads, one, they're dangerous. Two, there's also a delay for them to be frozen enough. I can only imagine the burden it places on industry and also individuals trying to cross up north. But you know, the bill is not just about that bridge. So I appreciate the member's passion. And if it was only for that bridge, I think there's a good chance that the NDP opposition could get behind it. But it's not just for that one piece of infrastructure. Exactly. So I'm going to speak to the member's comments, but then more broadly to the bill. And it's the bill that I have an issue with. Now, I will clarify for the record, when my colleague had talked about the people up north being held hostage, the reason that language was used is because if the option that they had was no bridge, or you have to pay out of your own pocket for a bridge, that's not really an option. So for me, what frustrates me is the government spends about $55 billion, has made certain spending priorities their priority, and then have said to the people up north, I'm sorry, we don't have money for the bridge. So you can pay, in addition to your tax dollars, you can pay out of pocket. I would love to know how excited the chamber was that their businesses are now going to pay additional user fees. Now maybe, Madam Chair, and it's quite possible that the people up north have said, you know what, no, we don't want to pay additional fees, but we're willing to swallow it if it's the only way to get the bridge built. My frustration and the reason why they're being held hostage, that's not the only way the bridge can get built. But that is what the government has put to these people. If you want a bridge, you're paying additionally for it. Your tax dollars. The wealth that has come out of the north is not good enough to warrant the government spending a couple $100 million out of their $55 billion budget to build a bridge. We're going to nickel and dime you. So for me, Madam Chair, my frustration is for a government that talks about standing up for business and saving Albertans money, this is another example of nickel and diming the people of this province through user fees, through extraneous costs. I mean, listen, the UCP government is the only government in decades in the province that are raising these fees in a wealth by stealth approach of we're going to nickel and dime you and then we're going to claim that we're making life more affordable. Well, you're not. Now, the issue with this bill, okay, and I think I've covered all my points up at the Tompkins Landing. Just a point that the member was making more broadly. I think it's really important that members in the chamber remember that we all represent Albertans. We are all Team Alberta. It really bothers me when members try to pit one region against another. I mean, that's how we lose globally, quite frankly, is when we're busy fighting ourselves in our own province. Now, the reality is no member in this chamber received 100% of the votes from their constituents. No. At least to my knowledge, when I look at the elections Alberta. Now, some regions, there may have been fewer votes, but no single member can say that they received 100% of the votes. But we all have a responsibility to represent every single one of our constituents, regardless of who they voted for. So my point in this, Madam Chair, is just that we are all wanting what's best for all Albertans, regardless of where we live. You know, I have been up north. It is beautiful. And I've said this before in the chamber. You know, within the province of Alberta, we are truly, truly blessed. Although I do think that the people of the Peace Country have a strong argument when they say it's God's country. Now, if this bill was only about that bridge, I can assure through you, Madam Chair, to the member that I would be supporting it. But it's about opening the door for the use of toll roads and toll bridges throughout the province. And that I have a concern with. Because Albertans pay their fair share in taxes. And in exchange for those taxes, whether it's personal or business, that they deserve to have infrastructure to be able to go about their day-to-day, and also that our businesses need to have certainty. I'd love to know how many businesses were consulted in this bill who said, yes, we are happy to pay an additional toll road. Because what the government has done, if I want to use their own arguments that they gave against us years ago when we introduced the price on carbon, you've now made it more expensive to move goods because businesses are going to have to pay the toll fee. I don't know of any businesses that jumped up and said, yes, we are happy to pay this, let's move forward. Outside of that region in Alberta, because they were presented with, this is the only option. Exactly. So the people there, including the chamber, probably did say, begrudgingly, I guess we'll pay a user fee if that's the only way we can get a bridge. But in the rest of the province, you know, I know the Minister of Finance talked about adding another lane to the Deerfoot and made a comment around the fact that that'll never happen unless it's through a toll. You know, I'd like the minister to take a look at the economic impact of the Deerfoot and of the people in southern Alberta who use it. Have they not paid their fair share that they deserve out of the tax dollars that they spend to have access to infrastructure? I mean, the reality, Madam Chair, is that that's another example of how this government's decisions are actually deterring business. Because it now just became more expensive to move goods throughout the province. Now, I'm sure that the minister and the government will jump up and assure us that they will use this bill very sparingly and it's only for certain infrastructure projects. The problem is there is no collar on this bill. It can be used as often as the government wants for whatever infrastructure that is needed. Now, the point that my colleague from Edmonton Highlands Norwood made, in that at the moment her office hasn't been inundated with correspondence on this bill, I would argue it's because people are so busy trying to deal with COVID that, is this important? Yes. You know when you're going to hear about it is when the government announces that the Deerfoot is being expanded and Albertans get to pay an additional fee to drive on that extra lane. The problem, though, is that it's too late, that this will already be put in place. But what's frustrating, and the members opposite have to own this, their leader promised that this was not coming in. This is not part of your election platform. And if it is, please jump up and point to the page, and I will gladly apologize and withdraw that comment. But it wasn't in your platform. And in fact, worse, your leader promised that you wouldn't bring in toll roads and accused us, the opposition, of fear-mongering. Yep. Okay, well, it's here in black and white now. So what do you have to say for the fact that you broke your promise? You brought in a bill that allows for user fees and tolling infrastructure. Now, there's many examples of the use of tolls in the province of Ontario, and there's many examples where it's gone really, really sideways as far as costs and fees. Alberta has not had to bring in any toll infrastructure in our history. And again, I look at the fact that the government is making conscious choices of where to spend tax dollars and where not to spend them. It's not that Alberta has no money. It's that these are the choices that this current government is making. And it's downloading costs onto the backs of ordinary Albertans time and time and time again. And as I mentioned, Madam Chair, the fact of the matter is if the members opposite's inboxes aren't being overloaded with concerned Albertans, believe me, the day you make an announcement and put up a big shiny billboard that says, this road is brought to you by you, because you're paying for it, and you'll continue to pay for it every time you use it. I think that's when Albertans will be scratching their heads and wondering, well, don't I pay a significant amount in taxes? What are you doing with my tax dollars if you're now making me pay additional fees for critical infrastructure? Again, our previous amendment, I realized that it was voted down, Madam Chair, but was trying to at least put a timeline collar on this piece of legislation. I mean, I would like to see some restrictions placed on this so that the current government, or future governments, quite frankly, can't just run around and slap up tolls on everything under the sun. Because I can tell you, when businesses are looking at either setting up shop here or relocating here, they are looking at the whole envelope of costs. And having a bunch of toll roads is going to be a deterrent. Similarly to making cuts to our education system, making cuts to our post-secondary system, inadequately funding our healthcare system. And I get that, today, for example, the Premier jumped up and talked about the new money being invested. That's for COVID. We're talking about pre-COVID for our actual healthcare system. Because quality of life that a good education system and a strong healthcare system fit into is, in fact, in the top 3 priorities for most, and I'll narrow it down to most global tech firms. And so whittling away at that is not, it does not make Alberta more attractive. It does the opposite. There's a number of examples of private operators of highways in other jurisdictions that have gouged consumers. That haven't worked the way they were supposed to. And so, it's frustrating. Now, what's interesting, Madam Chair, is in the bill, there is a section that talks about tolls will only be put in place in 3 different circumstances. Now, the third one is tolls will only be put in after community consultation. That word has been for a long time, it's been debated in this chamber and outside of this chamber and in other chambers, quite frankly. I know that there are many examples where consultation turns out to be an email was sent to someone, and that's considered consultation. So, it'll be quite interesting. I mean, I would love for the Minister of Transportation to hold a town hall in Calgary to say, oh, by the way, you're going to get some new infrastructure, but you're going to be paying for it out of your pocket. I'd love to know how that goes. In fact, I'd love an invitation to that one. And so I would imagine that Calgarians would be appalled at the thought. And so, again, my question to the government is, if we're trying to fix a specific problem in northern Alberta, then let's have a piece of legislation that does that. But, you know, using that as the reason for this bill, I can't get behind. And it's not because the people of northern Alberta don't deserve a bridge. They do. They don't deserve to sit and wait hours and hours and hours. They don't deserve to be cut off from the rest of the province depending on the season and the time of year that they happen to cross. I can only imagine the additional cost to businesses that have to go around, the travel time, the gas, all of it. But I think that there's another way, but if there wasn't another way, then let's fix that problem. Let's not create a whole host of new problems and raise fees on Albertans all over the province. And so, you know, for those reasons, at the moment, I can't support this bill. Now, I do believe I have, one of my colleagues will have another amendment shortly. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. But I will jump back into the conversation, but urge the government to consider amendments to at least let's focus this bill a little bit and try to improve it so that it can't be used inappropriately. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to Bill 43? The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech and contribution to the debate. And as promised in my last speech, I'll be rising again to make the point that my constituents are asking me to make here in the legislature on their behalf. When I speak on their behalf, I'm speaking very confidently knowing that this is what is good for the community and the constituency. Now, the member who just gave his speech, I thought, tried to make two separate points. He said, one, I support the bridge, but I don't want to support the bill. Well, the truth is, I can't build the bridge without the bill. We're not going to spend $200 million to build a bridge for 400 cars at Tompkins Landing. Now, this is my memory of first-year university and the syllogism with Aristotle. Therefore, the only way to build the bridge is with the bill. Right? So the truth is that the members opposite are looking for some kind of restriction or limitation, or how do we know this won't be abused? Well, I can give you a couple. I've read the bill a number of times. It says this will not be imposed on existing infrastructure. That Deerfoot is fine. I'll remind the chair that after my warning that this really isn't about Peace River and my constituency and my bridge for the NDP, it really is just about Edmonton and Calgary, members opposite continue to focus on Edmonton and Calgary. When they refer to my constituency, they say misleading and inaccurate statements like this, just like the carbon tax, as an expense to moving goods. Well, it doesn't, Madam Chair, because as the members opposite know, the geography is this will save money because you no longer have to pay the gas and the Super B rental fees for going all the way around. So this will be less expensive for members. It will make life easier for members, individuals in my constituency. So what limitations are there? Well, there's the fact that the bill promises it won't be used on the kind of infrastructure that members opposite are suggesting it's going to be used on. But more importantly, and this is really where the rubber meets the road, Madam Chair, if individuals don't want to use the bridge, they're going to continue going around with the option that they have. And the bridge won't collect the fees it needs to pay it down, and it won't be a viable project. I am certain that it will continue in the time going forward to be a viable project because businesses who have trucks full of logs and chips and other goods, agricultural products as well, will continue to choose the user fee rather than the more expensive route around. So this does two things, Madam Chair. First, it makes the point that there are some restrictions. There's the economic reality that bridges and infrastructure like this, new infrastructure, and expanded infrastructure will only be built with user fee where individuals choose to use it. They have to choose to want that. Otherwise, they will use the existing routes that we all have now that are paid for out of the general purse. So that is, I think, a very important distinction. But secondly, not only is it a restriction, a limitation on where a government would decide to do this, but it also proves the point that it is less expensive to use the infrastructure. It is not more expensive. The members opposite are being disingenuous when they say that this is akin to a carbon tax. This instead is making business easier for my constituents. Now, we had the member ask, is it really the case that the Chamber of Commerce really is supporting this, or are they kind of, arm twisted into it? The truth is that is not the case. I can read a couple of aspects of this letter that I received to my office and was also forwarded to the government as well from the Chamber of Commerce. Various comments have been made, have been added to the political debate around the idea of toll infrastructure in Alberta, and we feel that the political debate is important. However, the La Crete community is completely in support of this proposed toll project and do not want to lose it in order for someone to score a short-sighted political victory. Our northern community arrived late to the provincial infrastructure projects in the 60s and 70s, and we are at an infrastructure deficit compared to the rest of our province. I'm paraphrasing that last line. We are not looking for a handout of public funds. We want to use this opportunity to work in partnership with the province to build and improve our northern community and this place we call home. On behalf of over 350 business memberships, so in answer to the member's question, in my community, 350 businesses are represented by one of the groups consulted. As well as the general public, we thank you, to the government, referring to the minister, for your consideration of this crucial piece of infrastructure that in many ways would greatly enhance your community's further development and quality of life. The letter goes on to continue talking about the importance of access to health care, the importance of economic trade routes, importance of relationships with neighboring communities, all of this made possible by them having the bridge that is paid for by this bill. It is not a possibility to have this bridge built outside of this bill passed. So I again ask the members opposite to support this and to understand, I can imagine there are other communities that will ask, can we build this? We understand there are not opportunities currently for us to do that because perhaps there's 400 cars where the threshold is 17,000, as is the case in my constituency for a new bridge. Perhaps there are other projects across the province where they too want to. For those projects, in all likelihood, majority of those will be in rural Alberta, we ask that you pass this bill and vote for it. I implore every member to do so, and I thank the minister for his vision in deciding to bring this legislation forward. It is an opportunity for us to take a win for the community in Northern Peace Country. It is an opportunity for us to offer this possibility to communities across the province. It is the height of arrogance for us in this chamber to tell citizens they cannot, when they want to, use their own money to build infrastructure that will increase economic opportunities, access to health care, relationships between communities. It boggles my mind that members are trying to pit this as some political wedge for citizens in Edmonton and Calgary. It boggles my mind that this is what they focus on, when it's abundantly clear. I asked the member to go to the La Crete Chamber of Commerce and really clarify these statements that they made from the 350 constituent members. Is it really the case that they are imploring us, they're near begging us to build this bridge with user fees, that they wholeheartedly support user fees in this legislation? They see it as an opportunity not just for their community, not for the region as a whole, but for the province as a whole, to be able to move forward with the opportunity to build infrastructure that otherwise isn't there. Now, I understand when the members opposite clip their speeches, they won't have my speech included. But I challenge them. Give my speech too. Give them a fair shake. I'm happy to post both mine and your speeches to my page. I'm happy to have the debate that we have in this chamber passed on to my constituents and to your constituents. I dare say there's a good number of your constituents that would think it's a bit high-minded of us in this chamber to tell my constituents that they don't want to pay for the bridge themselves, when there's no negative cost to them. Nothing but a better, healthier Northern Alberta for the province. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll take my seat and I'll wait for any other members who wish to move motions or oppose the legislation that benefits my community.
On Honourable members. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm happy to stand and also add my voice to the debate on Bill 43. And earlier in the week, the Minister of Transportation was in the House, and he spoke very similarly to the member from Peace River about that it's kind of, this bill is very focused and discreet. Like it is absolutely because of the people in the Crete. They need this bridge at Tompkin Landing. And, you know, certainly the minister spoke very strongly about how this is why this bill is written, you know. Yet this bill is written very broadly, and it isn't just about a bridge for the residents of La Crete. It is all-encompassing. And as I and many of the members on this side of the House have talked about, it covers many different types of thoroughfares so that people can be charged tolls on them. So I would just submit that it doesn't need to be so all-encompassing, but it is all-encompassing, I think, because the government, the UCP government, wants to make this readily available for themselves to be able to put tolls on all sorts of infrastructure. So it isn't just this one, despite their words, unfortunately, this one place in northern Alberta that will be getting it. It does seem to be presenting that, you know, Alberta's, you know, open for business to charge Albertans to get from point A to point B. And, you know, as the member from Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood mentioned, I grew up in the Peace Country, so I have some familiarity, and I have certainly a lot of relatives that live in the Peace Country. My brother still lives in Valley View with his family. And I remember, you know, as a little girl, really, and I'm sure this was before the member was even born, but my father was a small businessman. He had a sheet metal shop, and he was a journeyman sheet metal, and he would drive to Edmonton every month with his great big, you know, cube van or his truck, and he'd take the family with us. And I remember sitting in a, this is crazy, and illegal also. I remember sitting in a lawn chair in the back of the van, and when Dad would stop too fast, we would go flying. There's 3 kids in my family. Anyway, that was not a legal thing to do with us, you know. Mom and Dad had seats in the front, and the rest of us were just on the floor, pretty much. And so we drove from Valley View to Edmonton every day on that road. He was a small businessman. You know, he struggled. He didn't really ever become hugely successful, but he had an honest living, and he certainly did what he could to keep costs down. So he just drove in and got his own stuff. And we went, of course, from Valley View all the way to Edmonton, and there's many points in between. And if any of those had been told, you know, if he had to, you know, have that burden on him, which this bill is, you know, giving the UCP government the opportunity to put on, that would be very distressing. I can remember sort of harrowing trips up the Iossagan Hill, you know, in all sorts of weather. You know, it was always wild. And it just is not the Alberta that I would want to live in, is an Alberta where people have to pay to get from point A to point B. And this bill opens it up completely to that. And I also remember, you know, this is when I was married and I had my own kids, you know, going for a trip up in the Peace Country, going to the Queen Elizabeth Provincial Park, going to Tangent and taking the barge across the Peace River. It was a hoot. That was also very fun. And this is also a sign that I saw that I've never seen anywhere else in the world. And I remember when we drove onto that barge to cross the Peace River, there was a sign that said, "Trucks with bees must be tarped," which I remember thinking that was hilarious, and thank goodness I want them to be tarped, of course, because I don't want to get stung. But of course, Flair is the, the bee, the honey capital of Canada. And so, I mean, we have, so many diverse and interesting places up in the north, and certainly I grew up in that area and have gone back many times as an adult. So I guess I just do say to the member from Peace River, your assessment of the members on this side, me specifically, is incorrect. We don't just stay in the major cities. That I feel I have a pretty comprehensive view of Alberta, and certainly of that area that you are now representing. So I challenge him to not speak so derisively regarding who we are, and that we have only one, constituent, and it's an urban dweller. That's just not fair. So, I'm concerned with what this government is doing, because I would hate for Alberta to be a place where tolls become the norm, and that everyone just takes it as something that has to happen, and that's the only way you're going to get infrastructure built in this province. And again, it's sort of hurting the average Albertan. And so I do have an amendment that I would like to put forward at this time, Madam Chair. I just said I have an amendment. Yes, I know. Okay, so this is the original, and this is the...
Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A3. Honourable member, just note you're moving on behalf of another member.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I am moving this amendment on behalf of the MLA from Edmonton South. And so the move that Bill 43, Financing Alberta's Strategic Transportation Act, be amended in Section 4 as follows. Subsection A, by renumbering Section 4 as Section 4, Subsection 1. Subsection B in Subsection 1, Subsection B, by striking out to establish and substituting subject to Subsection 2, to establish. And then in Subsection C, by adding the following immediately after Subsection 1. Subsection 2, the minister may not authorize a person to establish, charge, collect, or enforce a toll or fee as referred to in clause subsection 1, subsection B, in an amount that exceeds subsection A in the case of a toll or fee relating to the use of a personal vehicle, $20, or subsection B in the case of a toll or fee relating to the use of a commercial vehicle, $150. So this is kind of making a bad situation better. And it's still not exactly what we wanted, but we wanted to offer the government a way to make sure that people are not gouged by these tolls, and that there is a limit on how much the fee can go to. Certainly, the price of a toll is important to Albertans. People who, like my father, traveled a lot across the province. Many other people do that too. We want to make sure that they're not going to be having, one toll pile up on the other, and then there's a tremendous amount of cost for them. So putting this cap on tolls, will protect Albertans. And I think it's a reasonable level that we've put, with $20 for personal vehicles and $150 for commercial vehicles. And these prices actually came from the opening speech from the Minister of Transportation. So we listened to what the Minister said, and we just want him to put it in black and white in the bill, and this amendment actually gives the UCP government the opportunity to do this. And these are from your own words, so I just, we listened to what you said, and so we're trying to be helpful so that you are also fulfilling on something that you said publicly and in this chamber regarding what's reasonable in terms of the caps on tolls. By placing these limits in the legislation, that'll protect Albertans from unjustly high tolls being imposed, ensures certainty and transparency in regards to the government's intent to reclaim the cost of infrastructure in a way that is not onerous to drivers. So I just really would appreciate if the honourable members on both sides of the House consider this amendment, and I think it is a way, perhaps it's a win-win, you know, it is a way to not only have some funding to sort of more remote places, as the Minister from Peace River articulately described, you know, there's a limited number of folks, and so, you know, it's hard for that project to get to the top of the heap, and so this might be a way to help that, but it also is respectful of the people who have to take these, you know, this tolled bridge, and it will put a cap so that no one will have to pay, you know, onerous amount to do that. So I just, I guess, ask all of the members to consider this amendment. And again, it was certainly the Minister of Transportation's own words that sort of, you know, were the creation of that. So I ask you to look at that. And with that, I'll take my seat.
Any members wishing to speak to Amendment A3? The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I guess, as it were, since we're in Committee of the Whole. I really appreciate the amendment being brought forward. So I'm kind of new here in the sense of understanding where the acts go, regulations, et cetera. But what I'm seeing is a couple things. Even though the Honourable Member was citing that now they're in agreement with the bill only if we put this amendment forth, all of a sudden everything they've said for the last couple of days just gets washed away, and this is the way to do it. I would propose that even though the minister may have mentioned these dollars and cents, that it is more suited in the actual regulations, given that the structures you may be building, given the timelines, and given the durations of these projects. I also find it very rich that the opposition is talking about infrastructure projects and the need for them, and unduly putting burdens on taxpayers. Well, the burdens that were put on the taxpayers was the fact that they couldn't have this infrastructure, a lot of it in these places, simply because the resources that we have at our disposal aren't there anymore with the wealth generation, et cetera. Folks, when will it sink in? You ran us into the darn ground. We're hovering somewhere between Great Depression and major recession. We got a ton of infrastructure spend right now. Sure, capital is cheap, and we're trying to deploy it where we can most appropriately. And I might look over at my constituency in Highway 60 as an example. Folks in my constituency out in Atchison, that is right on the border of Edmonton, or moreover, Edmonton's right on the border of us, major logistics corridor in that area. Because of what you did in that area, in that region, of shutting down prematurely those coal mines, 750 people driven out, County and Parkland lost 25% of their revenues coming through. One of the things they worked their tails off on, Madam Chair, was to come back and build up that area, to build up the Atchison industrial park, to try to make up for those shortfalls. The biggest thing that they needed was the widening and expansion of Highway 60 and that overpass. The Atchison business community and Parkland County itself had to bring it to the former government of the day and lobby the heck out of it. And what did they do before the election? Splashed up this big announcement that they were doing it. But Madam Chair, again, big announcement, they never tagged any money to it in the budget. What a great surprise to find out. So our minister went and worked his back end off. I lobbied the heck out of him, and everyone else did too, and they saw the reasonableness of this. The last group, when they were talking about capital projects, there was no way of telling what was real and what was not, because they didn't have a way of evaluating them. The fact that Bill 43 is going to allow us some latitude in areas where they're asking for this growth, where they literally want this to happen to put in tolls, is a good thing. That's what I'm understanding by this amendment. They finally understood what we've been talking about here for the last, I don't know, week. But again, to the amendment itself, this belongs in regulation, in my opinion. So I would urge members of the Assembly to vote against this amendment. I do really like the speeches that the member from Beverly Clairview talks about, because I believe he's the only one on that side of the bench that really understands capitalism, forward thinking, and business. And I've got it on good faith and good understanding that he holds his own caucus on entrepreneurship, and he might be the only member on that side that actually does it. So again, when we're talking about these logistics, I talked about rail corridors and utility corridors. Not one single member in the House voted with me in favor of that this spring. But when I'm talking to folks up the Northern Transportation Advocacy Bureau up in Northern Alberta, and we're talking about corridors, they're excited about it. And the other proposals come up is, what bridges can we build? What other roads can we tack onto it? For heaven's sake, give us a chance. If we can even put some P3 type projects or for industry in place, we'll do that. And the members, they're heckling, madam. I held my tongue with them with all the outlandish remarks they've been making forever, and they're heckling now. Because again, this is how important it is to them, the rest of the province. So they might sit there when the camera's on them, and they might turn on, like the member from Highlands Norwood is fantastic at this. She'll sit there and heckle all day long when we're actually speaking, and then get up and look like the, anyway, look all prim and proper when they're on camera for their soundbite. And that's what I find the most disingenuous thing about this place.
Well, what's point of order?
So on 23 HI and J, language that will incite disorder, the member is inaccurately representing what's happening in the House, is naming another member and saying that this person is heckling, which isn't happening. And that is inciting disorder in my members, as they are feeling insulted at being accused of things they are not doing. And so I would request that the member stick to the facts of the bill, perhaps not interpret his understanding of what our members are doing or our values or what we know about capitalism, and argue the merits of this amendment. And under 23 HI and J, that is why I rise.
The Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas.
Thank you. Listen, I'm interested by what the member has to say, but I have to say, I'm not sure where the point of order is. All you have to do is come to this chamber during any one of the sessions and listen to the honourable members across the aisle heckling hysterically at us. There was one honourable member yesterday that it was so bad we had to call a point of order on him. It was just so rude, and so the heckling is not uncommon in this chamber. We certainly don't like to do it on this side, but on that side we get a full day of hysteria when it comes to heckling, and I think the honourable member was just calling it like he sees it. So if anything else, I would suggest it's a debatable point. But I would agree with him. We should turn the volume down and spend a little more time listening to one another. I hope we can do that, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members. While what is happening is not new to debate in this chamber, it is not debating the matter which is at hand. So I will remind all members, while I will not find this as a point of order, I will remind all members to focus on the task at hand, which is Amendment A3. And the Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne has the floor.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, and I'll make sure I don't reference what I interpret the other side to be doing while I'm speaking. So again, back to the amendment at hand, where they're now agreeing, the opposition is now agreeing in essence with Bill 43. So I'm going to put that on record, that they do agree with it now. The only thing that they're looking to do is to add an amendment to add in there that they're looking for a fee no more of $20 for personal vehicles or a commercial fee of $150 be added. Again, my point to that is that even though the minister may have said that somewhere during a speech, that the intent or the essence of that, if they were going to put those fees on, would have to look at each one of the projects themselves, the infrastructure, the toll, the length, etc., and that is better served in regulation, as the members opposite should know, that allows you the latitude without having to come to the House and write a bill every time you need to change a fee. And with that, I'll cede the floor to whomever wishes to follow.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to this very reasonable amendment that it appears government members have misinterpreted. The amendment introduced by my honourable colleague on behalf of another honourable colleague is addressing a very real concern around trust with this government and what they are trying to do with Bill 43. You see, Madam Chair, during the election, the idea of toll roads was raised very clearly through media, in the public discourse, and the government very, very clearly said they would not use tolls to pay for infrastructure projects going forward. Now we have Bill 43, and the government is saying that it is to do with a single specific project, which the members of this side of the House have expressed understanding of, unique concerns, understand that bridge and dealing with ice roads in Lacrete. But the government has chosen to bring forward legislation that is far broader than that single project. And so allow us to express our disbelief that the government is credible when they say that this isn't going to be used in other major projects. In fact, the minister since then has mused about it being used in significant projects in Calgary and other places. So there's a real issue of trust that this amendment seeks to improve this legislation. Now, the honourable member across the way seemed to imply by introducing an amendment that changes whether the opposition supports or does not support. That's how legislation works. As we seek to improve it, our opinions on a piece of legislation may change. In this case, the government has argued that they need to be able to toll for this project. Great. The government has argued that for this project, here are the factors and the costs that will be involved. The minister even talked about the toll amounts in his remarks. Great. The opposition is simply asking the government to walk the talk, put that limitation in black and white, because we have a real issue with credibility at this point in the debate. This bill allows them to toll new infrastructure. It includes specific language for tolling of highways. It allows for tolling of all sorts of types of infrastructure. It is not a bill that is about a single project. The government continuously tries to talk about it as if it is for a single project. It is not, and hence we have our credibility issue. Now, the reason that this amendment is so helpful and so important is because it puts a cap on the amount that could potentially be charged in tolls, a cap that will allow the single project the government wants to talk about to exist, but will prevent some of the disastrous toll stories that we've heard from other jurisdictions. You can Google it, and in Toronto, we've seen collection agencies chasing after people for $43,000 in tolls, interest, and special penalties, $30,000 for someone who hadn't used something in a decade. We have seen toll roads go bad. We would like to put some reasonable limitations. We have gone to the minister's remarks to get the guidance for what would be reasonable here, and yes, we are putting it in legislation because of the credibility issue. Because the government said something very clear in the election, and now they've introduced legislation that does something very different, far more broad, could be applied in a number of scenarios. And I would remind this government that they are the government of the day. They will not be the government forever, and the legislation they have put in is enabling for all future governments to start applying tolls. So let's walk the talk. Let's do what we say we're going to do. And in this case, let's curtail this legislation to those reasonable limits that still allow the very important project in Lacrete to proceed. And so I would support this amendment. I think making sure that there is a cap is really important when we're talking about Albertans' pocketbooks, when we're talking about what it will cost them to travel around this great province, and when we consider tolls being applied to other projects outside of the one that the government wants to talk about. Because again, that's what this legislation allows them to do. Any new infrastructure, highways, Deerfoot, the debate around this has been very, very clear. So I certainly support the amendment introduced by my honourable colleague. I think placing these limits in legislation will protect Albertans. It will mean future governments will need to bring that back in here for debate in order to increase tolls. That type of consumer protection strikes me as something this government should be able to support. And it's concerning to me that they are so obviously uninterested in being collared in the use of Bill 43 going forward. And with that, I will simply conclude my remarks by saying that I am in favor of this amendment, and I think it's quite reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak to A3? I'll recognize the member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to address some of the comments made by my honourable friend and colleague across the way from Edmonton Mill Woods. The primary thrust of the argument is one of trust. What do we have to trust the government that it won't be abused and used in inappropriate ways? I think I want to turn that argument on its head. The trust here is with the members opposite and the arguments that they take. when the government announced that consultations were happening in my communities surrounding the possibility of Bill 43 and a user fee bridge in my constituency, they used the exact same talking points then as they did now. They have no desire to change or modify or have an open mind when consultation began, because consultation happened, Mr. Chair. Members opposite today are screaming, why was there no consultation? I refer them to their own talking points and press releases at the time when consultation was going on, Mr. Chair. And now that we're in a spot where we're looking at being able to approve this legislation so that my community can benefit, so that other communities across the province can benefit, they want to hamstring us in and say that there is no ability for us to be able to do projects unless it fits exactly in these same parameters that the project in my constituency fits within. Well, that's unfair to the other communities if they want to do a similar project. I think the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland is right in saying that regulation is the right spot to be putting these kind of limitations in, and that's where they're going to go, particularly for my own constituency when it comes to the bridge at Tompkins Landing. The member from Edmonton Mill Woods talked about disastrous horror stories. Well, I can tell you about some disastrous horror stories. The truth is, in my constituency, if there's a young mother, as there are many, wanting to give birth as the due date's approaching, and they live in the Blue Hills area, in the Tompkins Landing area, it takes 45 minutes to get from that location to the hospital in High Level, where you can deal with complications in birth. The truth is, maternal health care is a very large concern for rural Albertans who live especially in remote areas. It's no laughing matter. It's no matter, as the member earlier put opposite, of the hoot or fun it was to cross a ferry or a barge. It is not a hoot for my constituents that are afraid of losing their life or their child's life as they're giving birth. It is life and death, and those deaths have happened, Madam Chair. Individuals have died because they have not gotten, after complications happened, to the health centre in High Level on time. So that's 45 minutes when the ice bridge is in. 45 minutes if you're not waiting for the ferry. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes to go around, Madam Chair. 2 hours and 15 minutes. The question was offered by the member from Edmonton Mill Woods. What it will cost Albertans to travel across this great province, quote unquote. I offer you, Madam Chair, it can cost my constituents their lives without this legislation in dramatic, tragic, and rare circumstances. If I'm serious on this, it's because it is a serious matter. This legislation allows my community to have access to health care. So much for the theory that the NDP is the party of health care. It doesn't seem like it in this situation, Madam Chair. Seems like the opposite is true. Seems like the local representative is listening to the constituents' needs with dispassion and a nonpartisan perspective, instead looking at their needs and interests. I'm proud to do so. I'll continue to do so. I'll graciously confront any opponent to this legislation, any attempt to slow it down in the legislature, any attempt to try and put in law what should be in regulation in any normal circumstance. Because my constituents badly need this. They're asking for it. I can go over all the economic arguments I have in past speeches, Madam Chair. I can go over the fact that it's of zero cost to this government. I can go over the fact that the opposition is playing wedge politics with ring roads in Edmonton and Calgary instead of worrying about the constituents of rural Alberta that we represent. But I'm not doing that on this speech. On this speech, I'm speaking directly to the mothers who have lost babies before they were born or in childbirth. I'm speaking directly to the mothers who themselves have had tragic harm because of lack of access to health care. This doesn't solve all those problems, Madam Chair, but it does make it better. It makes it better for my constituents. Please, this piece of legislation is important. This amendment, A3 proposed, is an attempt to slow it down and work backwards on it. It's games, it's brinkmanship, pushing us to the edge here, rather than looking at a collaborative solution. If these are desired proposals, then the petition is to the minister to include in regulation. Rightfully so for the project in my constituency. Not true for potential future projects necessarily. So, Madam Chair, contrary to it being a hoot to cross a barge, it is, for some tragically in this province, a life and death question of maternal health care. And I ask members again to stop repeating rote talking points. If that's all they have on their desk, to please not rise on the issue, and instead rise on the issue with sincere contribution, considering my constituents' desires. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A3? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A3 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton South. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 43, in Committee of the Whole. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Absolutely. No, you got it absolutely perfect, Madam Chair. No worries whatsoever there. So pleasure to rise this afternoon, getting an opportunity to speak to Bill 43, Financing Alberta's Transportation Act. This is my first opportunity to be able to rise on this bill. And I will assure the honourable member that just spoke that I will not go to any talking points. Matter of fact, I will stick with exactly what is in this bill. Now, as we know, this bill was initially introduced as a means with which to be able to speed up construction through additional financing for a much-needed bridge, is my understanding. It sounds like not only much needed, well overdue, and probably, should have happened long ago. But the reality is we are here now. And so when I look at the language presented in the bill, and here I am going back to my roots, what does the language say in the bill? So since it's introduced to us as a way to construct this bridge, I can't help but look at all the language that talks about a bridge. And to be honest, when I went through the bill, I saw the word bridge mentioned, I think it was 3 times. I can't find the third one. I thought I made a mark for that. But yet I saw the word highway mentioned, well, quite honestly, I stopped counting after 12 times. And so are we talking about a bridge, or are we talking about a bridge and something else? Looks like highways to me. Okay? So some of my first concerns, starting right out in page 2 of the bill, in the preamble. And I specifically decided to focus in on the 4th whereas, the 6th whereas, and the 8th one, because they all contain the exact same word. The 4th one says, existing highway infrastructure should not be considered for designation as toll highways unless expansion that creates new infrastructure is planned to occur. In my time in the labor movement, and we obviously continue to have this debate about what a word means. Should means that you should not be considering. It doesn't say that you won't consider it. And so that is a problem. When I look at the 6th one, Albertans should be engaged prior to the designation of a highway as a toll highway. They should be engaged, but there's no clear set rule that they must be engaged. That's very, very critical. Albertans must be engaged. I've heard this over and over from members opposite. The consultation level that they've done, Albertans deserve, to be involved in their decision of the province. And of course, focusing in on the 8th whereas, revenue collected on a toll highway should only be used to finance that toll highway and related costs, and tolling should stop there's that word again. I didn't even underline that. How about that? I missed that one. Should stop once capital costs have been recovered. That's not a mandate to actually do that. You should do it, but you don't have to do it. And so, like I've always said before, when we're creating language, it's not necessarily for those of us that are here right now. We know what's going on. We know how the debate proceeded. We know supposedly what the intention was. But if you look at this, well, revenue on a toll highway should only be used. That could be interpreted as saying, well, I can take that toll and I can go, I know, pay for more war rooms. Quite honestly. Because there's no mandate to do that. And of course, as I'd mentioned earlier, if this indeed was to be about a bridge, and like my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly Clairview, I would like to see this bridge built starting tomorrow. Let's get it done for these folks. They deserve it. They should not be traveling 2.5 hours to try to get to their destination. But the language that's provided for in Bill 43 allows for tollings of highway projects anywhere else in the province. That was not what supposedly was the original intention of this bill, was to enable the faster construction, the sooner construction of this much-needed bridge. And so the language does not line up with the intention, and that is a constant problem I keep identifying when I see legislation brought forward by the government. And so, like other amendments before, we're trying to create some certainty. We're trying to create a more solid base with which to line up with the intention. And so, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment to Bill 43 that I'd like to bring forward. The original's on the top, and I will wait for your instructions to proceed.
Last night. Major. Honorable members, this will be known as Amendment A4. Just note this is a 2-page amendment. Honorable member, you may surmise this amendment as it is so long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping you might be able to suggest that to me, but had you not, I was fully prepared to read the entire thing. So this amendment provides Albertans the opportunity with which to make a decision about policy that the government is going to bring forward. And I believe we've seen a lot of legislation that we're currently debating around referendums. We know that this is a very big topic for members of the government bench and government caucus. This is a very important thing that they believe Albertans should be able to exercise. And so, because the language in Bill 43 does not refer only to a bridge, but to highways across the entirety of the province of Alberta, Albertans should have the opportunity to have their say should there be, as an example, an expanded roadway between Edmonton and Calgary, or maybe Calgary and Lethbridge, which to put a toll on, according to what we have presented in Bill 43. And so, if indeed the government is true to what it's saying, and their conviction around whether Albertans should have access to referendums and be able to have say on things. I mean, we heard in the past that Albertans should have had a say on the carbon levy. They should have had their chance to voice their opinions. Okay? If you're true to that, then they should have the ability to voice their opinions with regards to tolls being put not only on bridges, but on highways too. And so I would definitely urge members of this House to give this amendment very serious consideration and make this bill somewhat clearer and allow Albertans to voice their opinion as to whether they want tolls or not on their highways. And I can completely appreciate the members' constituents being willing to pay those expenses. I still kind of feel like it was, well, if we want the bridge, we're going to have to kind of take that on. But everybody gets the opportunity to weigh that and how that will work for them best. That was the decision that those residents made. I'm behind that. I appreciate that. But the rest of Albertans should get the opportunity to voice whether tolls are put on highways as what's proposed in the language of Bill 43. And so I look forward to the continued debate, especially on this amendment, and I may have more to say.
The honourable member for Peace River on Amendment A4.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak and rise again on behalf of my constituents, Madam Chair, and I thank the member opposite for his speech, though I do think it's a tragedy he stopped at the 12th mention of highway. Because had he gotten to the 14th, he would have read this, under definition, section D. And again, not talking points, sticking to the facts. Highway, quote unquote, means land that is authorized to be used or surveyed for the use of public highways and includes any bridges forming parts of a highway and any structure incidental to the public highway. Well, that, Madam Chair, just sort of blows a bit of the argument right out of the water. The question was, well, it's talking about highways and not bridges, so this must be about highways and not bridges. But bridges are defined inside highways for all 12 of those mentions that we saw. It's either highway infrastructure or toll highway for all 12 mentions of the first 12 in the Act. So I'm very happy to enlighten the member and encourage him to continue reading past the 12th mention of highway for the entire Act. In doing so, I think we'll have an even more, despite this still being productive, an even more productive debate. So the legislation proposed, I think, is thoughtful, is reasonable, is supported, and the motion put forward for an amendment by the member opposite, I think, is completely out of line with the legislation and the concept of a toll bridge. The truth is, my constituents will vote with their steering wheels. They can take the bridge and pay the fee, or they cannot. It is up to them. And without them using that bridge, it will not be sustainable. If they continue to use it, especially industry, it will be sustainable. The idea of a referendum where folks potentially in Edmonton and Calgary get to decide again whether or not folks in the far north regions of the province need to commute over an ice bridge or not, I think is maybe, one, a bit of an inappropriate use of a referendum, and two, maybe a little bit of an extension of what we're seeing here, where folks who don't understand the realities of the life that we live day to day trying to impose on us, tell us what's good for us. Now, I have no desire to do that to the members in their constituencies. If those members desire to make user fee infrastructure a part of their daily commute, I implore them, ask the minister, start getting letters from the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce or the Calgary Chamber of Commerce. Make the case if you want that. I know what I want to my constituency on behalf of my constituents. It's a toll bridge at Tompkins Landing, so we don't have to go over an ice bridge. I remind the members again, this is not ice road truckers on History Television. This is day-to-day life for my constituents, an economic and sometimes, tragically, as I mentioned, a health reality for expecting mothers and others who have health concerns and need immediate access to health care. So I think it is abundantly clear that what we see here is not an interest in supporting the bridge, though I am grateful for the members opposite all making their comments in support of the bridge, something that I do not think we had from members earlier and on the opposition benches, but we see in spades now. And I chalk that up to the argument that my constituents are pushing me to make on their behalf here in the chamber. The arguments that the Chamber of Commerce makes, that the residents in Blue Hills, in Paddle Prairie, in Lacrete, in Blumenort, and others make for access to the rest of the province through this proposed infrastructure project. So with that, Madam Chair, I won't detain the members opposite, and I'm encouraged that we're seeing progress and them at least supporting the bridge. Now let's support the bill that lets the bridge happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other members on Amendment A4, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to rise to the amendment that's been put before us by the member from Edmonton Decor, and I've listened throughout the afternoon to the arguments that have been made by both sides of the House. And, you know, I first would like to point out once again that the idea of tolling important infrastructure like bridges and like highways, as would be enabled through this legislation, is you know, once again, not something that was in the UCP's campaign platform, and so it's interesting to see them backpedal on that, and especially in the context that we have of, you know, this UCP government defunding in many ways our very important municipalities across the province, whether it be their police funding, which we've seen, this UCP government taking more money away from municipalities in terms of infractions or tickets that are levied by police across the province. We see this government taking more money than traditional on that side of things. We see changes or proposed changes that we're going to move forward. I think that maybe this government has put a pause on that at this point. That infrastructure projects or energy infrastructure projects would be taxed less, which would have major implications on municipalities across the province. And now we end up here where we have this government telling Albertans that, you know, they haven't done a good enough job with the taxes that they already collect from Albertans, that they now need more to provide important infrastructure like the bridge that's been talked about so often throughout this legislative session in Lacrete. And I appreciate, once again, that we all support this bridge in different ways, I would say. On the UCP side, they say that Albertans should be taxed twice for access to that bridge. Not only are they collecting taxes, you know, already, but they think that they need to collect even more from Albertans who should, you know, be able to use that bridge. And it's in contrast to what we've been saying, whereas we also support this bridge, but we don't think that the Albertans in those communities should be taxed twice, or, you know, 10 times for that matter, as they try to access this important infrastructure. And I think back to, once again, important points that the government side has made about Albertans on one side of the bridge needing to get to medical facilities on the other side, and it makes me even more concerned about the idea that we have Albertans who are going to have to consider whether they can afford to take the shortcut as they have medical emergencies, Albertans who might work as medical staff at these healthcare facilities who are now have to make a decision whether they can afford to pay every day or weekly or monthly to get to their job in a timely manner instead of having to take the more lengthy, more dangerous traveling options. And so it once again takes me back to the fact that when we create government policy, it should be with the lens of understanding how it's going to affect all Albertans, or the universality of it, and how we have certain Albertans who will be able to better afford access to this important infrastructure, and we'll have other Albertans who are not able to afford that. And so it's very concerning to me, once again, that we have this UCP government telling Albertans that if they make enough money, they'll be able to take these shortcuts. And if not, well, they're just out of luck, and they will have to continue with the more lengthy process of transportation. And so it's very concerning, not only in this option of the toll road for Lacrete, or the toll bridge that this UCP government is proposing, but also in the comments of previous members in the opposition of concerns of highways in Calgary or highways in Edmonton and across the province that this government has not ruled out and has actually enabled to be tolled through this legislation. And, you know, even further, we had the member from Parkland St. Anne rise and say that, you know, Atchison might be a perfect example, I'm paraphrasing, Atchison might be an example of where we need another toll road to afford important infrastructure for the businesses and the people who work in those communities. And so I would be interested to find out if that is official policy of this UCP. And even further to that point, that member rose and said on the previous amendment that while the Minister of Transportation stood up and said, you know, we imagine it will cost $150 for business transportation and $20 for private class transportation, that even though the Transportation Minister stood up and said that in the legislature, that we shouldn't take that at face value, that those figures might change. So I would beg, why did the Minister say that in the first place? If Albertans are trying to decide on whether they support Bill 43, the Financing Alberta's Strategic Transportation Act, why would the Minister stand up and say something that his other members are now contradicting or saying that might not be the case, it might be more expensive, we'll have to wait and see in the regulations. And so I would appreciate if the Minister chose not to say things that he did not have the authority to say in the first place, or if he was not willing to commit to that or have the proper information to commit to in the first place. So with that being said, the amendment before us that these important decisions should go to a referendum. The government has spoke at length about how democratic they believe referendums to be, and when we are talking about important infrastructure investments for the public good of our province, that no doubt it should be considered by relevant stakeholders in a referendum. So with that, once again, I appreciate the opportunity to rise to this important amendment. I thank the member from Edmonton Decorah for bringing it forward, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the debate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The members on Amendment A4, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments fairly brief. I'm rising in support of the amendment that my colleague brought forward. As far as you know, the government, if they do want to bring forward other pieces of, or if they do want to put tolls on new pieces of infrastructure, that the people that'll be impacted by it will at least get a say and get a vote. Now, we know that this government time and time again has talked favorably about referendums, the use of referendums. In fact, I imagine that Albertans will be facing a number of them in the coming months and years. And so, you know, I think Albertans deserve to have their voices heard. Now, I appreciate the member from Peace River spoke about the overwhelming support of this bridge up at Tompkins Landing, and that the people there have spoken in favor of if they don't have a choice, if the choice is the only way to get a bridge is to pay a toll, then they've agreed to that. I appreciate that. And so would a referendum be necessary in that one example? Probably not. But I do think it would be fascinating for example, and I'm only using, I mean, you know, the member from Peace River spoke about how we're talking often about Edmonton and Calgary. Well, I mean, I am an MLA in Edmonton, although, again, I take pride in representing Albertans throughout the province. But the example of the Deerfoot comes from the Minister of Transportation himself, who had spoken at a press conference talking about if the Deerfoot was expanded, it would probably only ever be done via toll. Now, again, I appreciate the bill talks about new infrastructure, but if the Deerfoot does get a new lane, then that would be I believe that would be deemed a new infrastructure, and therefore the minister could put a toll on it. I think it'd be fascinating to toll or to have a referendum for the people of Calgary to see what they think of that idea, if they actually do support having to pay a toll to drive on the Deerfoot. I'd love to know what the Calgary Chamber thinks about that. I'd love to know what businesses in Calgary think about that, especially transportation businesses that move goods throughout the province, having to incur an additional fee. I think those businesses would argue that they pay their share in taxes, and that infrastructure is something that governments should be investing in, not going back to Albertans and double dipping or triple dipping to get funding for it. And a great example, again, is the Deerfoot. I mean, this is a major artery for the city of Calgary and also for outlying areas. And of course, it is the corridor that joins, not only Edmonton and Red Deer, but much of the province together. And so, and also is our connection down through to the U.S. So there's a significant impact. I think that this amendment, is an interesting amendment that my colleague brought forward in order to hear from the people of the province before the government makes a decision on whether or not to just build a piece of infrastructure or to toll it. And so, for those reasons, I encourage members to support this amendment, and let's let Albertans decide. Because what's critical to this, 2 points. One, this was not in the UCP platform. In fact, the leader of the UCP and the current premier gave his word and promised that tolls were not part of the platform. In fact, he even went so far as to mock the opposition, to make outrageous claims about how we were fear-mongering, when in fact, I think there's some egg on his face, because here it is in black and white, a piece of legislation that does exactly what he promised he would not introduce. And so, if the government wants to be beholden to the voters of this province, then let them have a say. Every time that the government plans to bring in a new piece of infrastructure and slap a toll on it, let's hear from the Albertans that will be mostly affected by that, as far as if they want a referendum. The other point that I'll make, and why I think that this amendment is really good, is again, this bill is an example of this government bringing in additional fees on Albertans. A government that claims that they stand on the side of taxpayers, yet they are nickel and diming Albertans at every turn. And so, I think it's a shame, but I think that it's telling of how the government actually views taxpayers and the people of this province. And so let's let the people of Alberta have their say. I think a great example, I know a colleague that's sitting near to me is the member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. If a new highway was, or let's just say Highway 880 was being twinned, 881, pardon me, that again, this bill would allow the government to slap a toll on that. Now, I know that 881 needs to be twinned in the fact that what it would do is take a lot of pressure off of 63 as far as personal and passenger traffic. We know that many examples of fatalities occur because large pieces of machinery move on 63, and of course people can be impatient and make sometimes unfortunate decisions. But I think that the people of this province, the government would find that people are not supportive in most circumstances of paying an additional fee in order to have infrastructure. Again, I'm not talking about Peace River. We know that example of the member. We've talked about it at length. Again, if this bill only dealt with that piece of infrastructure, we'd be supporting it. The fact of the matter is that this gives the government carte blanche to introduce at will any new piece of infrastructure, whether bridges or highways, to toll them. And so this amendment would at least force the government to go to those mostly impacted by this decision and to hear from them directly. And I think the government would hear loud and clear how Albertans feel about having to pay additionally for infrastructure that is the responsibility of government. So for those reasons, I encourage all members to support this amendment.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A4? I see the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Okay, I'll be brief here. Let me say just a couple things that were said. The opposition are really making the best case for the bill unamended, because whenever they talk it against it, they're always using words that aren't actually in the bill. So let me say here, some of the other things that they said is that they said we'd never had a toll road. No, actually, during the last election, the leader of the opposition, then the premier, came out publicly and said that the UCP would toll every road in Alberta. Now, that's not an exact quote. That's pretty close to what the then premier said, now the leader of the opposition. And our premier said that's ridiculous, which it is. And of course, this piece of legislation is completely consistent with that, because it doesn't allow us to do that. It actually says you have to do public consultation. There has to be a non-toll alternative. It can only be on new or expanded infrastructure. You can only collect the money to pay for that particular road. You can never go into general revenue. And it also, somebody said also that it wasn't in our campaign, but on page 29 of our platform, it said somewhere in there, use alternative financing when there's a solid business case and value for money can be achieved for taxpayers, which is exactly what this is. It was in our platform. The NDP may want to deny it, but the facts are inconvenient for them because they happen to be dead wrong. So I would say to that, there will be a referendum on this. It'll happen 2 years from now. And our member from Peace River, I'm sure will get re-elected with a resounding majority if the folks up there like the fact that he's supporting a toll bridge up there, and I'm sure that somebody else will. And I'm pretty sure at this point it won't be an NDP member that they pick up there at that referendum a couple years from now. So there it is. I could go on longer, but I'll suffice it to say that the arguments that the NDP are making against this legislation and for this particular amendment do not hold water.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A4? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A4 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. Amendment appears to be defeated. We're back on the main bill, Bill 43, in Committee of the Whole. I see the Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Madam Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate on Bill 43.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The 48. Okay. And I have now on Bill 48 in Committee of the Whole, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. We are on Amendment A1. Are there any members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 48. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon to move an amendment, and I have the requisite number of copies with the original on top for you. So I'll just wait until you tell me.
Is that the original?
That's the original, yeah, I had it marked there.
It's a terrible ink choice. Are we going to call this A2? It's an government. Okay. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A2. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise this afternoon and move an amendment to Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2. I propose to amend the bill as follows. In section 19, and I'll just read this, by striking out judicial review, leave to appeal, appeal of a tribunal's decision or order, and substituting the following: judicial review of or leave to appeal a decision or order of the tribunal, or on an appeal of a decision or order of the tribunal. And I'll explain a little bit. Section 19 of the Land and Property Rights Tribunal Act sets out the standard for review for appeals, leaves to appeal, and judicial reviews of orders and decisions of the tribunal. This proposed amendment clarifies the distinction between applying for a judicial review or leave to appeal a decision or order versus simply appealing a decision or order. As well, the current wording refers to a tribunal when it would be more accurate to say the tribunal. This is corrected in the proposed amendment. These are minor technical changes proposed to ensure greater accuracy and clarity. And so I would ask for the support of all members of the Assembly. And with that, Madam Chair, I will conclude my motion of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again to Bill 48 and, of course, more specifically to the amendment. I think you said it was A2? Yeah. A3. Okay, there we go. Oh, I was right the first time. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, just trying to keep all the numbers straight here so I'm not talking about, possibly some other bill here this evening. And so I do appreciate the Minister of Municipal Affairs bringing forward an amendment to, I believe, improve accuracy and clarity around that section. And so I guess I find myself wondering a little bit, what we're talking about here is changes to the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, quite substantially around, reserve lands, things like that, the judicial review and things like that. And so I'm wondering why this section wasn't handled by your ministry instead of the red tape reduction ministry. Obviously, to potentially miss some of the language for which you're bringing an amendment forward here. I can't help but wonder that it should have been handled separately by Municipal Affairs and not the red tape reduction ministry, because when we're talking about the substantial changes that are made within Bill 48, we see a lot of different things that are being added in here. 12 to 14 changes going across 8 different ministries of the government. And which, as I've always said before, Madam Chair, this is what's considered omnibus legislation, something that the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction was firmly against. And it's my understanding from the previous debate that the Minister was trying to maybe explain a little bit of a different position about omnibus legislation. And so however you want to necessarily define it, it's still omnibus legislation. And so was the Associate Minister of Red Tape really in favor of omnibus legislation, or is he not? And so it still seems like there's a lot of changes encompassing Bill 48 that really aren't red tape reduction. And one of the first ones I think of is around the changes to the Alberta Centennial Medal. The whole premise of the red tape reduction ministry when it was formed was to reduce red tape so that job creators can then go out and create jobs. And so I have to ask, how many jobs got created out of proposed to get rid of the Alberta Centennial Medal Act, just as one example. And so, again, we have a bill that seems to contain a bunch of fluff, but trying to wrap significant changes around the MGA, which the Municipal Affairs Minister, I think, should have been leading on. Now, I know my colleague from Calgary-Buffalo has reached out to different municipalities. I've certainly tried to reach out to a few as well, but considering my riding of Edmonton-Decore is located in Edmonton, it made sense, of course, to very quickly reach out to Edmonton. And what I ended up finding out was that the City of Edmonton, of course, is very, very focused right now on a housing strategy and essentially to eliminate homelessness within the City of Edmonton. And I'm sure that, Calgary and Red Deer and everywhere else is also on that. And so when we're talking about changes around reserve land, I'm concerned that developers could then go to the province to essentially get a ruling from the province to be able to go in and develop these reserve lands that might be getting earmarked for some of this housing. And so, again, I see this attempt to step on the toes of the municipal leaders that are the ones that deal right front and center with Albertans each and every day. And so, and perhaps maybe the minister will get an opportunity to jump up and maybe add some comments around why it was decided that these changes in the MGA should be led by the Red Tape Reduction Ministry, only to find out that we now have to make an amendment to it, which I suppose I should have clarified right from the very beginning. I don't think is a bad amendment. I think this is a good amendment. Certainly if we've got language that's not making sense or it's going to cloud the process or potentially even bog it down and stop it, that's the last thing that we want to do. And so if that is indeed the case, just getting the first glance at it, I believe this will be a good amendment to a bill, but I still do believe that section, given the scope and all of the different moving parts around it with municipalities, should not have been brought forward by the Minister for Red Tape Reduction. So while I certainly, as I said, will support this amendment, again, I've only briefly seen it, but from what I can tell, if it does exactly what I believe it is, this is a good change. It will clear up the process. It will make it a little bit more accurate in its language, of course, which I constantly get hung up on around the language in a bill. But hopefully, maybe we'll be able to talk about some other amendments to Bill 48 later on here in Committee of the Whole, with which to also try to maybe look at clearing some things up, making it a little bit more straightforward, and try to allow Albertans to see that there really is some red tape reduction that will benefit them. Because, when I see things like the Minister of Red Tape Reduction and the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry claiming about the red tape that they are reduced by not charging $5 to still fill out the permit to go and harvest Christmas trees and firewood and whatnot. I'm sorry to say that that's not red tape reduction. People are still having to fill out the permit. They're just not paying to have to do that. So perhaps the red tape minister would be better off served at looking at ways to identify better pieces of red tape, and perhaps should have left the changes around the MGA within the Ministry of Municipal Affairs where it belongs, and where I think the technical expertise resides to make these changes, and probably with better consultation with municipal governments. Like I said, with Edmonton very focused on housing. I don't know if they're necessarily focused on this type of a change, which could affect their decisions around land use very, very significantly. But again, I will support the Amendment A2, and would certainly urge members of the House to also support this change.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise and respond to a couple of the questions. I think there's some great questions in the previous members' comments. And so I will start with, as members of this chamber may recall, I became the Minister of Municipal Affairs late August. And so I can't fully answer the question as to why the bill was originating in red tape versus municipal affairs, because it was underway when I landed in the portfolio. However, I too asked that question, so I think it's a valid question. Appreciate the members' support of the amendment. And I also just wanted to address a couple of the substantive questions with respect to the changes to the MGA in Bill 48, particularly around land reserves. This was a change that was proposed by Municipal Affairs, and the expertise of Municipal Affairs was used in consultation with municipalities across the province. I also have personally taken great interest in ensuring that we're not doing anything that will surprise municipalities. I've also briefed my critic, the member from Calgary Buffalo. I'm proud of the working relationship that he and I have developed in the short time I've been the minister, so was pleased to do that. With respect to the reserve land itself, this was actually a provision in the MGA that was rarely used. As a matter of fact, I think in the last 20 years has not been used at all. And part of the reason for that is just the practicality of, by the time the development is underway, this reserve land could be added. And it was impractical in reality to add the reserve land when the development was already mostly completed. So that was part of the rationale for this. This is a piece of legislation that actually hasn't been functional or used. And there may be other mechanisms to allow for alternative reserve options that would be more nimble and more responsive in real time to actually develop the community in accordance with the municipal direction and the overall regional plan. So I hope that that answers some of the concerns from the member. I appreciate his support of the amendment. And with that, I will close my remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. We are back on the main bill, Bill 48. Any members wishing to speak? The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is an honour to rise today in this House and speak to Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020. Alberta's government was elected on a mandate to reduce red tape and remove unnecessary burdens for businesses and for families here in Alberta. As we navigate through our economic recovery, reducing red tape will be essential in stimulating the economy and making life better for all Albertans. In this bill, you will, Madam Chair, see changes proposed by Albertans that were received through the Red Tape Reduction Portal, as well as the ongoing work of all of my colleagues, including the Associate Minister for Red Tape Reduction. Among many insightful suggestions, Madam Chair, these submissions highlighted how we can make the adoption process easier for families. Madam Chair, the decision to adopt a child into one's home makes all the difference for children in need and for couples and families who want nothing more than to raise children of their own. Back in May 2019, those of us here in this place passed Motion 501, which urged the government to take all necessary measures to make the process for all forms of adoption more efficient and timely for families. This was a motion brought forward by our colleague, the member from Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and I am always so impressed by his passion and advocacy for this topic, and I think it's something that we all agree on here in this House. So, Madam Chair, this motion, coupled with red tape reduction submissions, regulations inspired a large-scale review of all of our adoption policies and the legislation, the regulations, and the policies surrounding this really important topic. And this review did in fact reveal many difficulties that exist in our current legislation that are really restrictive, specifically when we're talking about the post-adoption information disclosure. The proposed changes in this legislation will eliminate barriers for adult adoptees trying to reconnect with their families and really their histories. Our comprehensive review, Madam Chair, of the adoption process has allowed us to look at the regulations and policies as well. And I know while that's not necessarily part of this bill, I think it's really important to address all of those changes that we're making at this time. The amendments will increase accountability for adoption agencies and efficiency in programs and processes. It will provide prospective adoptive parents with more online tools and give them an opportunity to share their own profiles online. I have heard some questions, some members in this House wondering, Madam Chair, if these changes have any real impact or if they will make a difference for families. The need for changes was made very clear to me through this feedback from these families and those who have traveled this often long and arduous path. So I could continue to talk about things that we've heard a lot about, red tape, barriers, processes, but Madam Chair, this afternoon I really want to talk about people. Currently, those people who were adopted prior to 2005, they often, Madam Chair, have a really hard time accessing their own biological information because there are two sets of rules, one for adoptions pre-2005 and one for adoptions post-2005. There was a good reason for that at the time, Madam Chair, but it really no longer makes sense. So who are the people? Who are the people that this change will make a difference for? Madam Chair, these are folks like survivors of the 60 scoop, for example. They have suffered countless instances of emotional, physical, mental abuse, and carry with them, as a result, considerable trauma. They are trying to find their families, and in trying to find their families, Madam Chair, those who are trying to find their families, they're also trying to find their culture, their heritage. They're trying to find their identity, Madam Chair. Unnecessary complications, then, they are met with confusion, the runaround sometimes, and it's not on purpose. It's because there was a lot of confusion that existed in the legislation that prevented them from accessing this information that they are rightly entitled to have. So, Madam Chair, the Post-Adoption Registry can only release information to adoptees, descendants of a deceased adoptee, or a biological parent of an adoptee. And so this is sometimes a very difficult linear system of information distribution that doesn't work for those such as 60 scoop survivors who have been removed from their family and their community at a very young age. I do want to quote Laura Osgood, and Laura is a 60 scoop survivor, and about the changes that are included in this bill, Madam Chair, she said this, quote, "Connecting with my father and my birth family has given me my identity, but I'm still filling in the blanks of my life. I've lost my language, and my heritage was taken from me. I'm a toddler in my culture. Opening access to adoption information for 60 scoop survivors is incredibly important. Our past is part of our story, and it needs to be shared." Madam Chair, I can't imagine what these survivors have gone through, and those words mean a lot to me. So for those who are questioning what impact these small changes have, for those who are experiencing these complications and these barriers to finding their families, their communities, and their cultures and their identity, it makes a huge difference. Madam Chair, families across Canada are also increasingly finding ways to access these connections, whether it is Facebook or 23andMe or Ancestry.com. I know as we lead up to the holiday season, I think there's a lot of ads also for programs and services like this. Additional changes in this bill would allow for the release of identifying information to a sibling or the extended birth family. So we are, in some ways, when it's related to that type of information, catching up to the 21st century. But again, Madam Chair, this change is about more than a streamlined process. It is about people. People who have been adopted and people who have been through this process and now have hope. when searching for families and connections. People like Jane Wilkinson, who know this change had to be made, and had this to say, Madam Chair, quote, "The knowledge that I may have a full biological sister lives inside of me. I have been searching for her for many years without success. New access to identifying information could bring me closer to the answers I have been waiting for." Madam Chair, with these changes, we will still make sure that the privacy and safety of adoptees and biological families will continue to be protected. Prior to 2005, for those adoptions taking place prior to 2005, birth parents and adoptees were able to file a disclosure veto to prevent disclosure of personal information. With the increased demand for information, removing these vetoes will allow adoptees to gain the access they deserve and have been asking for. Given the amount of time that's passed, many of the reasons for keeping this information sealed no longer exist. However, Madam Chair, there are still privacy provisions that will be protected or provided to the birth parents or adoptees who do not want to be contacted, or in cases where there very well may be a risk to either of those people. And there will still be 6 months for those wishing to veto this access to be able to do that. And so to reach out to all of those families to provide them the ability to file a veto and keep that information sealed, whatever that reason may be. And so I know we do talk a lot about the interplay, if you will, between legislation, regulations, and policy. So I do want to speak a little bit to the changes that are also happening outside of this specific act, because I think that they tie in together. And Madam Chair, we do know that adoption can be a long and emotionally draining process. We want to make sure that prospective parents using adoption agencies are protected for the duration of their journey. This spring, one Alberta adoption agency closed unexpectedly. Obviously, as the Minister of Children's Services, I had to make sure that the processes and requirements were followed and that we did everything we could do to protect those families. And they were, Madam Chair, they were. But I kept coming back to the people, to the families and the prospective adoptive parents who were reaching out to my office, who, you know, in many cases had been on this journey for a really long time. And Madam Chair, I can't even begin to imagine the devastation that change caused for these families. And so while we followed our policies, it did occur to me that we in this House have the ability to change legislation, regulations, and policies to make sure that doesn't happen to other families. So these changes that we're making in the regulations will require adoption agencies to advise their clients within 10 days if there has been any change to a license. So if an adoption agency has a license and there are concerns which make us at Children's Services implement a conditional license, we all know, we've talked about it with childcare, people aren't walking in to a building and reading the license on the wall and then trying to infer that there may be an issue. We're requiring them to provide that notice and disclose that information to families, but we also want to disclose what fees are non-refundable and what are in fact refundable, so that if a family is ever in a situation like that, these adoption agencies have a very real responsibility to provide that transparency and ensure that these prospective adoptive families have that information and are aware of really the process that they're going through. Anila Lee Yuen, and she is the hopeful adoptive parent and the CEO of the Centre for Newcomers, and she is a change maker, Madam Chair, in Calgary. We've met a number of times at many cultural events. She's so passionate, and she has been very frank in sharing a lot of her experiences in going through this process. And when we reached out to talk about these specific changes, she had this to say, Madam Chair, quote, "As prospective adoptive parents, my husband and I were disappointed in the lack of accountability with our previous adoption agency. These changes will help other adoptive families in their journey and ensure no family will have to go through what we did." So this is a regulatory change, and I truly believe this is a very important one because it will have a direct impact on this journey for prospective parents who are going through it. So, Madam Chair, as I've said, the adoption process is often long. It's often drawn out, and it really isn't fair for families who just want to provide a child with a forever loving home, and it's also not fair to those children who are, in fact, in need of a home. So changes to adoption policy will also work towards speeding up these timelines. We've heard it in this House. I've heard it from many members when we were speaking to Motion 501. Many members of this House shared either their own experiences or those that they've heard from their friends, family, or constituents. We have all heard it. Long timelines for home assessments and sometimes multiple home assessments and confusion about why and how long those assessments are good for. They create some additional confusion for prospective adoptive families. Now, Madam Chair, we have to make sure that kids are going into a home that is safe. Absolutely, there is no question about that. There is a reason why there is rigor to this process, and I truly do believe that. But sometimes we have duplications and really unclear goalposts in what that looks like. So, Madam Chair, Children's Services is working to streamline and standardize that process province-wide, so that as opposed to seeing some of the regional differences that we see, it is clear timelines can be better controlled, and that there is one process across the entire province of Alberta. So this will increase accountability, clarify expectations, and reduce, as I said, some of those regional differences that we often see, and it will mean a more seamless process, especially for those in rural Alberta. So, Madam Chair, parents do make more informed decisions when they are given the right tools. And that's why we're also piloting an online pre-adoption training for prospective adoptive parents. So this new flexible delivery of consistent learning will be available for families all across the province so that they can be well equipped from the onset of their adoption journey. Madam Chair, I also want to speak a little bit again about when we're talking about how this change is meaningful. And it's not just one change that we're making. November was Adoption Awareness Month, and 3 years after this bill was passed unanimously in this House, we did the work to make sure that Bill 206, the Child, Youth and Family Adoption Advertising Amendment Act, introduced in 2017 by the now Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women, it was proclaimed. And Madam Chair, I am very proud of that work, and I am proud to say that we did the work that was required to keep kids safe. It was something that we heard. Why was this bill not passed? Why had it sat on the corner of a desk? It was because there were some concerns raised about the regulations and making sure that we could, in fact, keep kids safe. This is aligned with our commitment to protect the most vulnerable in our province and avoid any unintended consequences that comes with sharing personal information online. And so we did that. I did that. I met with families. I met with adoption agencies here in Alberta. Our ministry worked very closely with them to hear what their concerns were and then, in fact, ensure that their concerns were reflected in the regulations so that we could do this in a safe way, and especially when we talk about the importance of protecting the most vulnerable and things like human trafficking. Anytime we're talking about personal profiles and information of children or families or those who are vulnerable, we have to make sure that we are doing this right. And so for those going through this process, they truly believe this will have an impact. Enacting this bill allows agencies to use technology to increase the scope of reach by allowing prospective parents to advertise their adoption profiles online. This has to be done through a licensed adoption agency. And these parents feel that this will better allow them to share their stories, or prospective parents, I should say, Madam Chair. They truly feel that this change will allow them to better share their stories with birth parents. In a real and genuine, authentic way, instead of, as one family told me, I don't just want to be a page in a binder. I want to be able to share my own story myself online, and they truly believe that that will make a difference. And biological parents will be introduced to hopeful adoptive parents on an even then deeper, more personal, genuine, authentic level. That will allow them to be more, as I said, than just an ad on a page. And so Edie Pendleton, she is the executive director for a small miracle adoption agency. one of our 3 adoption agencies here in Alberta, and she said this, quote, "Couples hoping to become parents through open adoption have been asking us to find new ways to share their information with prospective birth parents who are considering making adoption plan for their child. Allowing prospective parents to advertise their profiles online through licensed adoption agencies gives us a new way to share information with birth families while guarding the safety and privacy of all parties." So before I conclude, I do also want to address a question that was asked by the MLA for Edmonton Manning, Madam Chair, regarding the process of reviewing adoption applications and changing the term served to provide. And so this is an excellent question. I think it's a good example of how all of us in this House, I do believe I'm looking across the aisle and I'm seeing lots of smiles and nods and notes being written, and I think we're all really committed to making this process better for Alberta families. And the question from the member from Edmonton Manning is a really good one. I say I see smiles. I see it in their eyes, you know, above the masks, Madam Chair. So under Section 66(1), as it currently reads, the minister is served with an adoption application, and the minister then has the discretion to investigate the adoption application and provide a report of the investigation to the clerk of the court. The applicant is also served with a copy of this report under Section 66(2). So these amendments really just reflect what's actually taking place in practice. It's not a real change. It just is a word that better describes. Often this isn't being served with the same way that often a court document may be. It's often in email, and it is provided. So it's less intimidating language, I would suggest, but it's also just really better reflective of the process that takes place in situations like this. So, Madam Chair, if passed, Bill 48 will improve many aspects of the adoption process in Alberta. These changes are highly anticipated and will be very welcome by all Albertans, but particularly by those who have gone through this very long journey. I want to thank all of the incredible caregivers, parents, guardians, and also those who are still prospective and hopeful parents and guardians who have provided this very real feedback, and those who have provided homes to children in need. I also, Madam Chair, want to thank my colleagues, the MLA for Spruce Grove Stony Plain, and the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women, as well as the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction for helping me move forward on these changes. I'm so incredibly proud of the work we've done together to help connect more children with forever loving homes and ensure that the adoption process is easier for prospective adoptive parents. Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions, or amendments to be offered on Bill 48? I see the honourable member from Edmonton Decor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to rise. I just want to thank the minister, for her comments around the changes under the Child, Youth, and Family Enhancement Act. And I think what I specifically want to say is thank you for bringing forward some stories from people, because at the end of the day, everything that we do in this House always has effect on Albertans, be that positive, but also the negative things that take place. And so, the one story about back in the 60s scoop and getting separated out from families, an absolutely dark place, in my opinion, in the history of Canada. And why I think it's so important that, I think as a legislature, we need to take that bold step to recognize that the things that happened to Indigenous peoples back then was a genocide. It's so important. We need to step up and recognize that. But thank you for bringing those stories forward, which of course now, looking at the scope and how impactful these changes could be made in this section, I now kind of find myself in the same position as I did with the Minister for Municipal Affairs. Why was it that something this important, with the kind of implications that are potentially involved, was kind of, it seemed like it was delegated to the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction. Because at the end of the day, once those changes are made, the responsibility will still go back to your ministry to be able to handle, guide people through that and everything like that. But because it's in the red tape bill, are we going to have individuals that will now start calling up the associate ministry and saying, well, what's going on in this bill? And there won't be really an explanation other than, well, I'll send you to this department. And, you really want to try to get out of that habit of, kicking people to different places if possible. And so I now kind of find myself in a bit of a place where I'm trying to weigh some things out here. As I'd mentioned, I'm very concerned around the changes, the impacts that Bill 48 makes with regards to municipalities, and how that now weighs against the changes you're trying to make within Child, Youth, and Family Enhancement Act. Do we put municipalities at a disadvantage when it comes to their reserve land, their ability to make those decisions that are best for their communities, or do we say, sorry, this is more important. We need to make sure that potentially families have the ability to unite again, around, the changes around adoption and making those things easier for families to be able to do. But I guess with that, I potentially have a solution possibly to that, where we wouldn't be forced to possibly choose between one or the other, because I do think it's very important that municipal leaders have the ability to make those choices that they believe are in the best interest of their communities. They're right on the front lines. They're at ground level. And we shouldn't be, I think as a province, stepping in or playing in their pond when you don't see municipalities trying to overrule the province with regards to things. And so hopefully maybe we have an opportunity to not be able to do that, because like I said, with the remarks that I heard from the Minister of Children's Services, I'm very much excited about what this could potentially mean for families. But with that, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment here with the original right on top, and I will await your instructions.
So, honourable members, this will be Amendment A3.
Properly this time, so I don't get confused like I did the last time as which amendment I'm speaking to. And so I doubt that I will get off the hook like I did the last time, because my last amendment was rather long, and so I'm assuming I will need to read this into the record. So on behalf of the member for Calgary-Buffalo, to move that Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, be amended in Section 10 by striking out subsection 40. Now, as we know, subsection 40 deals with the whole concept around the reserve land, developers being able to take the opportunity if they, well, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Chair, don't get the answer that they want from the municipality and its leaders, they can then go to the province and have that overruled. As we know, municipalities put aside this reserve land that could be used for things anywhere from schools, fire halls, playgrounds, things like that. Or potentially when you're talking about more dense neighborhoods. And I think about my own neighborhood that I live in. There's really nowhere else to build. And so if you're trying to look for ways possibly to make neighborhoods more dense, you start to potentially look at these areas, which I know my neighborhood has. And so, given my remarks earlier around, the City of Edmonton, I know is very, very focused around affordable housing, trying to end homelessness within the City of Edmonton. Any potential plans that they might have to try to create maybe some of these sites could be affected by these decisions. Is kind of, the old adage of playing mom against dad. If I don't get the answer from mom, then I'll go to dad and see if I can get the answer from dad that I really want, or vice versa. I know my kids used to do that to me all the time, and I always seemed to lose on that one. I would say yes, and then mom would say no, and but dad said, and it was chaos. So we definitely don't want to be getting into those situations, and I know that we've seen a situation where this really hasn't been exercised before in the past, but as me getting all hung up on language and things like that, by enabling these things to happen, all it's going to take is once for it to happen. With other pieces of legislation that I've spoken to and given examples of where things have gone where they shouldn't have, I provide the example, and that's all it takes is the once. And I'd hate to see a potentially promising housing facility that could get our most vulnerable people, off the streets and under a roof, in a warm bed, having dinner at the table rather than on a park bench or something like that. We don't want to see those types of projects put at risk simply because developers didn't get the answer that they were unfortunately trying to get from municipal leaders. And it will also, of course, then give us the ability to be able to look at Bill 48 and the changes that we just heard being proposed and talked about in full by the Minister of Children's Services. It doesn't put the Assembly in a situation now where we're having to pick one potential thing over the other, because they're very, very important both on their own. And so, again, I can't help but wonder why these pieces were added within this, given the size, the scope of them, the implications of each of them, and sort of handed off to the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction when, even if we did pass it at all, and I certainly would never ever presuppose the decision of the Assembly, we find ourselves just in a place I don't think we want to go. And by accepting the amendment here, A3, and perhaps maybe there's other ways that we can look at those kinds of things. I don't think they should have belonged within the Ministry of Red Tape, because any calls that are going to come into that are immediately going to get bounced back to the respective ministries. So those two big pieces should have been kept within their respective ministries. And again, when we're looking at the different changes encompassed within Bill 48, I hate to say it, it just seems like there was a bunch of odds and ends that were put together to try to maybe shroud some of the changes. I think more specifically around the MGA, because I think what's happening within child, youth, and family is a good thing. I should probably mention that I guess I am a little disappointed that some of the recommendations that we saw from the Child Intervention Panel were not included within it. I think the work that was done there was meaningful and provided us with avenues that could have made the lives of Albertans a lot better. And so it's, it's unfortunate that we haven't seen any changes within that, which of course then speaks even further to why this was put under the Ministry of Red Tape and not kept within social services. So, but I do look forward to further debate here on A3, and I may have more to say after that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other members wishing to comment on Amendment A3? I see the Honourable Member from Edmonton Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I've had the pleasure of seeing you in the chair, so thank you. I'm proud to speak to the amendment from my colleague from Edmonton Decor. When I saw what he, on behalf of the member from Calgary Buffalo, when I saw what he was proposing, I most certainly wanted to stand up and speak to it because it's something that's really important to me. I won't, for the sake of time, speak too long, but I did want to get this on the record. And I've not had a chance to dig deep in debate here in the House on Bill 48, which I might note to those watching eagerly at home is a large omnibus bill, all sort of surmised under red tape reduction. And, as my colleagues have aptly stated, including our critic for red tape from Edmonton Decor, we have a lot of concerns with pieces of this bill. And again, there's a lot to unpack here. Now, specific to this amendment, A3 on municipal reserves, for those who don't know, what the bill does is it does take away municipalities' right to an additional 5% of municipal reserve land. And as my colleague talked about, this is really important land. And I think about schools, fire halls, playgrounds. The other side is claiming that this land is hardly used. And I think, right now, more than ever, I've stood in this House many times and talked about how since the outset of the pandemic, we need to be really thinking deeply on the decisions that we're making. And I think this pandemic has highlighted just how critical spaces are, how critical land is to our cities at a time when so many folks are feeling isolated and feeling, like that they need to maintain that connection to the outdoors and whatnot. It's about spaces and places and just how critical they are. And the member as well talked about he stole a lot of my points that I wanted to make, but that's good because I know we don't have a lot of time. But I've stood in this House many times and talked about the importance of supporting folks who are experiencing homelessness, and pointed out that I see that every day in my own riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood, where we do have the bulk of the social service agencies that are supporting the homeless. Whether it's Bissell Centre, Hope Mission, Mustard Seed, the list goes on. We see how critical those organizations are, but we also see, and the pandemic has highlighted, just how critical it is to house folks. And so we are very much worried on our side of the House, and I know my colleague from Edmonton Riverview, our critic for housing, I know my colleague from St. Albert, our critic for the area around homelessness, they've both been very vocal about how essential it is that we offer safe and healthy spaces for folks. And so we worry on our side of the House that Bill 48, as it stands, could hamper those efforts from our municipalities and from, of course, our provincial partners as well, although we need them to be stepping up a whole lot more, especially when it comes to affordable housing, that this bill will in fact hamper those efforts. And so urging, we just accepted an amendment from the government. I'm hoping that they will do the same and truly consider the impacts of their bill as written, and instead accept our suggested amendment, because truly I think it will help a lot of people. It will help folks who are experiencing homelessness, and it could also help a lot of community organizations and whatnot moving forward as we look at inventive ways to use space and to placemake, as they call it, placemaking, and really create vibrant communities for all of us. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other members wishing to speak on Amendment A3? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question on Amendment A3 as proposed by the Honourable Member from Edmonton Decore on behalf of Calgary Buffalo. Are you agreed? All those in favour? All those opposed? No. I believe the noes have it. The amendment is defeated. We are now back on Bill 48. Any members wishing to? I recognize the member from Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add my voice to the debate on Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act. And as you can see, if you're following at home, it's a giant bill. 143 pages covering, what does it say here? It's covering 12 pieces of legislation across 8 government ministries. So it's a gigantic piece of legislation. And I must say, you know, I wonder if this isn't creating more red tape. You know, it seems like there's the whole second half of it is a brand new piece of legislation. So it wasn't even existing before. So that's questionable right there, just in terms of the paper it's covered. And just, I guess I want to talk about, first of all, just sort of some general comments. So it really covers from birth to death and everything in between, it seems. It talks about birth, and you think about perhaps adoption, you know, babies being adopted, that's birth. And then death, it talks about cadavers at, you know, no need for that legislation because people donate those bodies to the university already before there was a provision where people needed to have some kind of regulation or legislation to donate cadavers. So there, very much, you know, birth to death. And just keeping with this theme, there's a whole piece about, they're calling it Golden Girls legislation. So it's about seniors being able to live together. Well, gosh, no need to create that legislation. That already exists. We don't need any. Seniors live together all the time. Groups of people, even if they're related or not related. We don't have to legislate that. It doesn't make any sense at all. So why bother writing that down? That's red tape that's creating red tape, as far as I can see. So I also certainly, our critics on this bill have spoken about it, and there is some concerns specifically regarding what this government is doing, sort of, you know, mucking around a lot with municipalities and sort of dictating what they're supposed to do, making it tougher for municipalities. Certainly the member from Calgary Buffalo, who's our critic in that area, says it's really hamstringing local councils' ability to make agreements with local developers and do better urban planning. And I mean, I think we all know this, and I think, you know, all the MLAs would agree with me in this, is that they want to make local decisions. Like local decisions, people grow up in those communities. If they run for political office, say at the town level or the city level, they know that place very well, you know, hopefully have the best interests of that community in mind. And so for government to come over and say, hey, you got to do it this way, or we're going to take away this, or we're going to do this, or we're going to give you this much time, I don't know, it seems to be having a bit of a God complex or something, like imposing a lot on municipal leaders. And I think the municipal leaders are very concerned about this. We've heard from them that, you know, this is really almost undoable, you know, to expect them to be able to pass things through, you know, their process at the speed with which this bill is suggesting they must. Certainly, there is also concerns about removing the requirements to preserve reserved land, you know, taking away that 5%. These are often spaces for parks and playgrounds, and fire halls, EMS stations, schools. So certainly our critic for Service Alberta had spoken publicly about some of the concerns regarding that. So again, you know, it's concerning that the provincial government is sort of mucking around in areas that really should be more under the local, I think, authority, and causing some hardship for you know, councils and towns and cities across our province. I guess I do have some questions for the Minister of Red Tape, And one of them has to do, or some concerns, has to do with the Historical Resources Act. So Bill 48 removes the registered historical resources from the provincial system. And so, I don't know, I mean, I care very much about the history of Alberta, and I think that having historical resources designations are very important. That there may be sacred land. It could be, a burial ground for the Indigenous people. It could be a building that's historic that, needs to be preserved and so protected so developers can't just come in and, level it and then, our heritage is lost. So I'm not exactly sure why this would be just sort of, completely abolished from legislation provincially. I mean, there's talk that that could be taken over by the, municipalities again, sort of mucking around, controlling what's happening in other levels of government, which I have a concern the government's doing, but actually putting a burden on these towns and cities because the resources then of the provincial government are there. So, if all the municipalities have to be the record keepers for these sites now, isn't that sort of maybe even a less efficient way to do those things, when you have many people doing similar things across the whole province? So sometimes that can be streamlined, and I'm not really clear on why this would be abolished, this whole piece, this heritage resource designation. And I also wonder too, I think that we have a rich history of Indigenous peoples, the Métis people, First Nations people, all the 3 treaties across our province. Were they consulted about this? Will they, will their, sacred land, sacred burial grounds be respected? What's happening with that? Will that be, onerous for them to have to deal with many different towns or cities to have, a joint agreement? Anyway, I feel like certainly I would welcome any comments from the minister regarding what his thoughts are about this. I'll just turn to another page. Certainly, I mean, I did talk briefly about the Municipal Government Act. So municipalities lose power to determine their own development timelines. So specifically, municipalities now have 20 days to determine whether development permit application is complete, 40 days to approve or deny it, and 60 days in total to approve or deny application from time it was received. And, my understanding from just some, personal acquaintances I have in the development world, that this is pretty, ridiculous. This is kind of, not fair and totally undoable to expect, municipal councils to be able to do this. But it is, again, the provincial government dictating what municipal government does, even to the minutia of when they decide on, development timelines. So, I mean, I feel it's an overreach. The government is going too far in this. And as I said in my opening remarks, municipalities also lose the right to an additional 5% of reserve land. And it's the choice of the municipality to use it or not, but it still is something that was there, and now that provision's not there. And then this, it says municipalities cannot restrict seniors from living together. Well, I mean, they never could. I mean, people can live with other adults. I mean, it's up to them. So it seems a bit odd. But I think they're following some of their conservative friends in Ontario, and I don't know, it looked good in their platform. So, but I mean, that's not even needed to be done. And then moving on just to the Professional and Occupational Associations Registration Act. So this is like, oh my gosh, how many is it? It's 23 self-governing professional regulatory associations are registered under the Act. So these are different professions that self-govern, right? And so they have a membership of people who qualify into that particular profession. Like, for example, I'm not in this act, I'm in the Health Professions Act, but I'm a registered social worker in this province, and so the Alberta College of Social Workers represents me and the 8,000 or so registered social workers across the province. And in this, so self-regulating, that really means that you do have some autonomy as a profession, that you want to make sure that the codes of ethics of your profession are followed, the standards of practice, there's disciplinary action against a social worker who breaches the code or the standards. Then, of course, you do, there can be a hearing, and people can have ultimately their licenses taken away if there's some unethical practice. So this is the same kind of thing with this, but it's also part of association, so collective voices about concerns can be shared. Certainly, one of the values of social work is social justice, so advocacy, speaking up collectively about that. But this seems to suggest that the Minister of Red Tape can close down an association if they deem that important, if they decide that that should be done. And so it just seems more stuff, which also is happening in Bill 46, to silence anybody who is an advocate, who speaks up for things that perhaps this government doesn't agree with. And that's disturbing, because that, of course, squashes democracy. And so I feel like I've just touched the surface of a few of the elements of this omnibus bill, but I know we have other legislation to look at this afternoon, so I will take my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other members looking to speak to the bill? I see the Honourable Member from Cardston-Siksika.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you recognizing me, and I appreciate the robust debate that we've had this evening, but at this time I move to adjourn debate.
The Honourable Member from Cardston-Siksika has moved to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? And that is carried. Members, we are now moving on to Bill PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act. And we are speaking to the bill. Any honourable members looking to speak to the bill? I recognize the honourable member from Edmonton-Decore.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to just briefly touch on PR1. Here's another situation of an organization that got caught up in legislation of the day way in the past, where it was decided that some organizations had to come before the Assembly, present a bill just to change the name over the door, which I don't think is a good use of those organizations' time. And of course, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton is one of those ones that have now fallen in that, because they want to wrap up their operations for all the good work that they've done over the years supporting their community. And so there's no reason why we need to hold this up any longer. They've done their homework, they've gotten their paperwork in order, and all I can say is thank you for everything that they've done to the community, and I suggest everybody support the passing of Bill PR1.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other Honourable Members looking to speak to the bill? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. So, all right. So, for the question on Bill number PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act, on the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Opposed? And that is carried. On the title and the preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Anyone opposed? That is carried. And shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Anyone opposed? Also carried. I see the Honourable Deputy House Leader rising.
Forgot I was wearing it. Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee rise and report Bill PR1 and report progress on Bill 43 and 48.
All right, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy House Leader, are you agreed? All those in favour? All those opposed? And as carried, will rise and report.
Get your jacket. You're the role model.
I wouldn't go that far.
Recognize the member from Calgary-Glenmore.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills. Bill PR1. The committee reports progress on the following bills. Bill 43, Bill 48. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does the Assembly concur with the report? Oh, anyone opposed? And so ordered.
Under private bills for third reading, Bill PR1, Mr. Williams.
I see the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and to move third reading of Bill PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act. As the members from Edmonton, Rutherford, and Decore graciously made speeches about the effect and the contribution of the community of sisters to their communities and to Edmonton and province as a whole, I will leave my speech short in thanking them. And again, as the members opposite implored, I too implore all members to speedily vote for this so that the sisters can finish winding up their business in the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none? I see the Honourable Member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Just very quick concluding comments from the opposition. We stand in support of this bill. I want to thank all who came to present to the Private Members Bill Committee, Sister Anne Rajat, Father Adam Leck, and their counsel, Jeffrey Ostono and Laura Dalston. And the one other thing I will just mention is at that Private Members Bill Committee, Sister Rajat spoke to the committee to simply put on the record that all of the sisters are now well looked after. And so I just wanted to add that to anyone watching at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Members. And looking for anyone else wishing to speak to the bill, I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I move that we adjourn debate.
Hearing the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour? All those opposed? No. All right. So anyone now wishing to speak to the bill? PR1. Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. On Bill PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act. All those in favour? Aye. All those opposed? I believe the ayes have it. Motion is carried.
Bill PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act, is now read a third time.
I see the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I just say that the chair looks good on you. And may I also point out that I think I have the dubious honor of being one of the few members that lost a vote in this House on the government side. So thank you for that dubious honor. Nonetheless, it's getting close to the dinner hour, and I know that some members on this side are getting a little hangry. So if I suggest they make a motion that the Assembly adjourns until 7:30 on Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020.
Having heard the motion by the Deputy House Leader to adjourn until 7:30 tonight, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. The House stands adjourned till 7:30 tonight.